She called them friends before she called the coroner. 14 corpses. 1 smile. 0 remorse. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story is darker than the last, and the truth is colder than fiction. I'm so glad you're here, no matter where you're tuning in from. I see you, and you're part of this family. These stories are made for those who crave truth in the quiet hours. But without subscribing, liking, or commenting, they won't reach as far as they should. A simple like or comment helps the channel thrive, allowing me to share more untold truths. If these stories speak to you, take a moment to show your support. It means everything and keeps the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of the Cyanide Queen. We chase killers through dark alleys and broken homes. But what happens when the killer sits across from you at lunch, smiling, asking about your day? Tonight, we descend into the twisted world of Sararat Rangsawathaporn, a woman who turned friendship into a death sentence, where every shared meal could be your last, and trust became the deadliest poison of all. This is the story of Thailand's cyanide killer, a predator who weaponized companionship and left a trail of bodies so long, so calculated, that by the time authorities connected the dots, she'd already chosen her next victim. 14 confirmed dead, dozens more suspected, and the most terrifying part, she made murder look like friendship. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. April 14th, 2023, Ratchaburi Province, Thailand. The Mae Klong River moves slowly through the landscape, dark waters concealing whatever secrets sink beneath its surface. But on this day, the river would give up one of its darkest truths. Siraporn Khan Wong, 23 years old, full of life just hours earlier, now floated face down in those murky waters. Her body, still warm, had been discovered by locals who initially thought she drowned accidentally. A tragic accident during Songkran, Thailand's water festival. But accidents don't leave cyanide in your bloodstream. Accidents don't empty your bank account minutes before you die. And accidents certainly don't have a best friend standing nearby, phone in hand, already crafting the perfect alibi. That best friend was Sararat Rangsawathaporn, 36 years old, mother, wife, serial killer. When police arrived at the scene, Sararat played her part flawlessly. Tears streaming down her face, she wailed about her dear friend, about how they'd been shopping together, about how Siraporn suddenly felt ill, collapsed, and somehow ended up in the river. The performance was Oscar-worthy. Her voice cracked at precisely the right moments. Her hands trembled with what looked like genuine shock. She insisted she tried to help, tried to save her, but it all happened so fast. But one detective noticed something peculiar. While Sararat sobbed uncontrollably, her eyes remained cold, calculating, scanning the faces of the officers as if measuring whether her act was working. And when she thought no one was watching, the tears stopped. Just like that, as if someone had flipped a switch. The autopsy results came back 3 days later, and they shattered the drowning theory into 1,000 pieces. Cyanide, a massive dose of potassium cyanide, enough to stop a heart within minutes. Siraporn hadn't drowned. She'd been poisoned, then dumped in the river to make it look like an accident. This wasn't a tragedy. This was murder. Cold, calculated, premeditated murder. Investigators descended on Sararat's life like vultures on carrion, and what they found made seasoned detectives physically ill. Siraporn wasn't an isolated incident. She wasn't even close to being the first. Bank records revealed a pattern so disturbing, so methodical, It seemed impossible that one person could have orchestrated it all. But the evidence didn't lie. Over the previous decade, at least 14 people in Sararat's orbit had died suddenly and mysteriously. 14 people who all shared several things in common. They were friends or acquaintances of Sararat, they had money in their bank accounts, and right before they died, they'd gone shopping or shared a meal with her. Within hours of their deaths, their bank accounts showed suspicious transfers, money flowing directly into accounts controlled by Sararat or her associates. The police began exhuming bodies. One after another, corpses that had been buried as natural deaths or accidents were pulled from the earth and placed on examination tables. The forensic pathologist's hands shook as she completed test after test. Cyanide, cyanide, cyanide. Every single body told the same story. They'd all been poisoned. Sararat's method was devastatingly simple yet brutally effective. She would befriend women, usually those who appeared financially stable but socially isolated. She had a gift for identifying the lonely ones, the ones hungry for companionship, the ones who would trust easily. She'd cultivate these friendships over weeks or months, becoming the sister they never had, the confidant they'd always wanted. She'd learn their secrets, their bank account details, their passwords. She'd gain their complete and total trust. Then she'd suggest a shopping trip, a lunch date, a day out together, something innocent, something friends do. She'd buy them food or drinks, and somewhere in that meal, mixed into the soup or stirred into the herbal drink, would be the cyanide. Colorless, nearly tasteless in the right mixture, deadly. The victims would feel it quickly, the dizziness, the nausea, the sudden inability to breathe properly. Sararat would guide them somewhere isolated, expressing concern, offering to help them sit down, rest for a moment. And as they collapsed, as their bodies began shutting down, she'd already be on her phone, transferring money from their accounts. While they died, she shopped. While their hearts stopped beating, she was buying handbags and jewelry with their money. Detective Panya Facharowan, who led the investigation, later described it in an interview. She didn't just kill them, she erased them. She took their lives, their money, their dignity. And then she went to their funerals and cried. She hugged their families and told them how much she'd miss their daughter, their sister, their friend. She was feeding off their grief while wearing jewelry bought with the dead woman's money. But Siriporn's case was different. This time, Sararat had gotten sloppy. Maybe she'd grown too confident after so many successful kills. Maybe she'd started to believe she was untouchable. Whatever the reason, she'd left evidence. Security cameras had captured her and Siriporn together at multiple locations throughout the day. Witnesses remembered seeing them at a shop, where Sararat had purchased drinks. And most damning of all, Siriporn had told her mother that morning that she was going out with AM, Sararat's nickname, and if anything happened to her, AM would know what occurred. Those words, spoken almost as a premonition, would become crucial evidence. Had Siriporn suspected something? Had some instinct warned her that this friendship was dangerous? We'll never know. But her mother remembered those words, and when police came asking questions, she repeated them. The investigation uncovered Sararat's history, and it painted a portrait of a woman who'd been perfecting murder for years. Born into a middle-class family, she'd shown early signs of manipulation and deceit. Former classmates described her as charming but cold, someone who always had an angle, always wanted something from you. She'd married multiple times, each marriage ending mysteriously, often with the husband's assets somehow transferred into her name shortly before the relationship dissolved. She had a daughter, a child who would grow up knowing her mother was a monster. Police found the girl living in decent conditions. Sararat, for all her evil, had ensured her daughter was cared for, dressed well, attended good schools. But that care was funded by blood money, by the savings accounts of dead women, by inheritance stolen from corpses. As police dug deeper, they found online forums where women warned each other about Sararat. Posts dating back years with titles like, "Be careful of this woman," and "She's not your friend, she's dangerous." But the warnings had been ignored or dismissed as jealousy, as drama, as women being catty. Thai society's tendency to avoid confrontation, to maintain harmony at all costs, had allowed a serial killer to operate in plain sight. One survivor came forward after Siriporn's murder made headlines. Her name was Tidima, and she'd met Sararat 3 years earlier. They'd become close friends quickly. Too quickly, Tidima now realized. One day, Sararat suggested they go shopping. They stopped for drinks, and Tidima felt violently ill within minutes of finishing her herbal tea. She'd collapsed, vomiting, unable to breathe properly. Sararat had called an ambulance, playing the concerned friend, but Tidima's husband arrived first. He'd rushed her to the hospital, where doctors worked for hours to stabilize her. Tidima survived, but barely. The doctors couldn't identify what had poisoned her, attributing it to a severe allergic reaction or food poisoning. But after hearing about Sararat's arrest, Tidima realized the truth. Her friend had tried to murder her. She'd failed only because Tidima's husband had arrived too quickly, before Sararat could finish the job. She visited me in the hospital, Tidima told investigators, her voice hollow with trauma. She brought flowers and sat by my bed, holding my hand, telling me how worried she'd been. And the whole time, she was the one who'd poisoned me. She was probably planning to finish it if she got the chance. The death toll kept climbing as police contacted families of anyone who died mysteriously after spending time with Sararat. Some had been cremated. Their bodies turned to ash before the truth could be uncovered. Others had been buried long enough that testing was difficult. But of those they could test, the vast majority showed traces of cyanide poisoning. 14 confirmed victims. Police suspected there were many more. Some estimates put the actual number closer to 30. 30 people who'd made the fatal mistake of trusting Sararat Rangsawathapurn. 30 people who'd thought they were spending the day with a friend, not staring death in the face. As the investigation expanded, a disturbing question emerged. Where was she getting the cyanide? Potassium cyanide isn't something you can buy at a corner store. It's regulated, tracked, requires permits. Yet Sararat had possessed enough to kill dozens of people over a decade. The answer led police to her ex-husband, a man who worked in pest control and had access to various toxic chemicals. He claimed ignorance, insisted he had no idea what she'd been using them for, but investigators weren't convinced. Someone had been supplying her with poison, and the trail led directly to him. By the time police arrested Sararat on April 25, 2023, the case had consumed Thailand. News channels ran constant coverage. Social media exploded with theories, accusations, rage. How had she gotten away with it for so long? Why hadn't anyone stopped her? The questions poured in, but the answers were uncomfortable. She'd succeeded because she understood human nature. She knew that people were desperate for connection, that loneliness made people vulnerable, that trust was easy to manufacture if you knew which buttons to push. And she'd succeeded because she was patient. She didn't rush. She took her time, built relationships, made herself indispensable to her victims before she killed them. By the time they died, she'd become so embedded in their lives that their families couldn't imagine she was responsible. She'd woven herself into the fabric of their existence, and when they vanished, she simply moved on to the next victim, the next friendship, the next murder. The woman who'd once smiled in photos with her victims now sat in a jail cell, and that smile had finally disappeared. Understanding Sararat Rangsawathapurn requires descending into the psychology of a predator who didn't hunt in shadows but in broad daylight, who didn't use violence but friendship, who weaponized the very thing that makes us human, our need for connection. Born on September 6, 1986, in Kanchanaburi province, Sararat grew up in circumstances that seemed ordinary, even mundane. Her family wasn't wealthy, but they weren't destitute either. She attended local schools, made friends, participated in normal childhood activities. On the surface, nothing suggested the monster she would become. But according to forensic psychologists who later examined her case, the warning signs were there, hidden behind a charming smile and quick wit. Former teachers described a student who was intelligent but manipulative, someone who could talk her way out of trouble with ease. She'd charm adults while bullying classmates behind closed doors. One former classmate, speaking anonymously to reporters, recalled, "She'd steal your lunch money, then help you look for it. She'd spread rumors about you, then comfort you when you cried about those same rumors. She was like two different people, the one everyone saw and the one we knew when adults weren't watching. This duality would become Sararat's signature characteristic. She possessed an uncanny ability to present different versions of herself to different people, tailoring her personality to whatever the situation required. To lonely women seeking friendship, she was warm, understanding, sisterly. To men she wanted to manipulate, she was charming and flirtatious. To authorities, she was a grieving friend, a concerned citizen, someone who'd never hurt anyone. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Samchai Rakthong, who evaluated Sararat after her arrest, identified her as a textbook psychopath with strong narcissistic traits. She exhibits no genuine empathy, he explained in his report. When discussing her victims, she refers to them as if they were transactions, not people. She shows no remorse for the lives taken, only frustration at being caught. In her mind, these women were resources to be exploited, not human beings with families and futures. Sararat's first confirmed kill dates back to 2015, though investigators suspect she may have started earlier. The victim was a woman named Wanapa, 32 years old, who'd befriended Sararat through a mutual acquaintance. Wanapa worked as a bank teller and lived alone after a difficult divorce. She confided in Sararat about her loneliness, her struggles to move forward, her small savings account that represented years of careful budgeting. 3 months after they met, Wanapa was dead. The death certificate listed the cause as a heart attack, unusual for a healthy 32-year-old, but not impossible. Her family was devastated but didn't question it. They had no reason to suspect murder. Why would they? Wanapa's best friend, Sweet Sararat, had been with her when she died, had called the ambulance, had wept at the funeral. What Wanapa's family didn't know was that their daughter's savings account, nearly 300,000 baht, had been emptied hours before her death. The money had been transferred to an account in Sararat's name. When relatives tried to access the funds for funeral expenses, they found nothing. They assumed Wanapa had spent it, made some purchase they weren't aware of. They never imagined their daughter had been murdered for it. This pattern would repeat itself again and again. Sararat would identify potential victims through social media, mutual friends, or chance encounters. She targeted women specifically. They were easier to befriend, less likely to be suspicious of another woman's motives, and often more willing to share personal financial information with someone they considered a close friend. Her victim selection revealed careful planning. She avoided women with strong support networks or family members who might ask too many questions. She preferred those who were isolated, divorced, or new to an area. She looked for women with savings but not extreme wealth, enough money to make the kill worthwhile, but not so much that the family would hire private investigators when it disappeared. The grooming process was methodical. Sararat would spend weeks or months building trust, learning her victims' routines, habits, preferences. She'd discover their bank account details, often by suggesting they needed each other as emergency contacts or by offering to help with mobile banking apps. Thai culture's emphasis on communal support made these requests seem normal, even caring. She'd learn their weaknesses, their fears, their dreams, their vulnerabilities, and she'd position herself as the solution to their problems. Lonely, Sararat would be there constantly, calling multiple times daily, suggesting outings, becoming indispensable. Financial troubles? Sararat would offer advice, help them budget, gain access to their financial information. Family problems? Sararat became the sister they could confide in, the one person who truly understood them. By the time Sararat decided to kill them, her victims trusted her completely. They'd given her access to their lives, their secrets, their money. They believed she cared about them, and that belief would kill them. The cyanide itself came primarily from her ex-husband's pest control business. Investigators determined potassium cyanide is used in certain industrial pest control applications, and he had legal access to it. Whether he knowingly supplied her with the poison or she stole it remains disputed, but the connection is clear. She'd been acquiring cyanide for years, stockpiling it, preparing for murders that might be months or years away. Her method of administration evolved over time. Early victims received the poison in food or drinks she prepared at home, inviting them over for meals. But this created evidence. Witnesses who knew the victim had eaten at Sararat's house, patterns that might raise suspicion. So she adapted. She began suggesting outings to shops or markets, purchasing food or drinks from vendors, and somehow, through sleight of hand or momentary distraction, adding the poison when her victim wasn't looking. Cyanide acts quickly. Within minutes, victims would experience dizziness, confusion, difficulty breathing. Their lips would turn blue as their blood oxygen levels plummeted. Sararat would express concern, guide them somewhere isolated. A bathroom, a quiet corner, near water. Anywhere that she could claim they'd wandered to in their confusion. As they collapsed, dying, Sararat would already be on their phone. Using banking apps she'd helped them install, passwords she'd watched them enter, transferring money to her accounts. The speed was crucial. She needed them dead or too incapacitated to call for help before anyone could intervene. And she needed to make the transfers before banks froze the accounts or family members discovered the death. After the murder, she'd call for help, performing her grieving friend routine. She'd tell authorities they'd been together. The victim suddenly felt ill. She tried to help but couldn't save them. In the chaos and confusion of an unexpected death, no one thought to question the friend who'd been there, who seemed so devastated, who'd done everything she could. The funeral performances were particularly chilling. Sararat attended nearly every victim's funeral, often helping organize them, comforting the families, sharing stories about their dead loved one. She'd wear black, cry on cue, embrace grieving parents and siblings. And she'd be wearing jewelry bought with the dead woman's money, carrying a handbag purchased with stolen funds, planning her next kill even as she pretended to mourn. Investigators found photos on her phone, selfies taken at funeral services, smiling pictures posted to social media with captions about missing her dear friend. The narcissism was breathtaking. She couldn't resist documenting her own performance, preserving evidence of her deception like trophies. Her husband, Withhoon Rangsawathapurn, claimed ignorance about her activities. He insisted he had no idea what his wife was doing, that she'd hidden this dark side from him completely. But investigators were skeptical. How could he not notice the unexplained money appearing in their accounts? How could he not question why so many of his wife's friends kept dying mysteriously? The truth likely lies somewhere in the middle. Withhoon may not have known the specific details, but he'd benefited from her crimes. Their lifestyle had improved dramatically over the years. Better home, nicer car, luxury purchases. That money came from somewhere, and whether he asked questions or simply chose not to look too closely, he'd enabled her crimes through his willful blindness. What made Sararat particularly dangerous was her complete lack of empathy combined with high intelligence and social skills. She understood human behavior intellectually even though she couldn't feel compassion emotionally. She knew what people needed to hear, how to make them trust her, which buttons to push to manipulate them. But she viewed them as objects, as means to an end, not as living beings with inherent worth. Dr. Samkai's evaluation revealed something even more disturbing. Sararat experienced genuine pleasure from deceiving her victims. The manipulation itself was rewarding, regardless of the monetary gain. She enjoyed the sense of power, of knowing she was orchestrating someone's death while they remained completely unaware. The money was important, but the control was intoxicating. She views herself as superior to her victims, Dr. Samchai wrote in his report. In her mind, they were foolish for trusting her, weak for being lonely, stupid for not seeing through her deception. She feels no guilt because she believes they deserved what happened to them for being so easily manipulated. This is a person who derives satisfaction from others' suffering, who views human life as disposable, who lacks any moral framework that would prevent her from killing. The investigation also uncovered evidence of escalation. Her first kills were relatively cautious, spaced far apart, carefully planned. But as she gained confidence and got away with murder repeatedly, the intervals shortened. In 2022 alone, at least 5 women died after spending time with Sararat. She was killing more frequently, taking bigger risks, growing bolder. If Sirapurn's body hadn't been found so quickly, If police hadn't caught the evidence this time, the death toll would have continued climbing. By the time of her arrest, Sararat had accumulated significant wealth from her crimes, estimated at over 2 million baht in liquid assets, plus jewelry, property, and other valuables. Every bit of it was stained with blood, purchased with money stolen from the dead. Thai authorities moved to seize all of it, ensuring it could be returned to victims' families, but no amount of money could restore the lives she'd taken. Perhaps most chilling was what investigators found in her journal. Unlike most criminals who avoid documenting their crimes, Sararat had kept notes. Not detailed confessions, but coded references to her victims, amounts of money obtained, reflections on what had worked and what hadn't. She'd been treating murder like a business, tracking her earnings, planning future opportunities. One entry, dated 3 weeks before Siriporn's murder, read simply, "New friend, potential high, trusts easily, ready soon." Investigators believe she was referring to Siriporn, describing her newest victim in the same detached manner someone might describe a financial investment. The casual cruelty of those words haunted the detective who discovered them. Sararat Rangsawathapurn wasn't a monster who emerged suddenly. She was a predator who'd been hunting for years, refining her technique, perfecting her craft. She turned murder into a system, friendship into a weapon, trust into a death sentence. Numbers on a police report can't capture the devastation left behind. 14 confirmed dead, dozens more suspected, but behind each number was a person. Someone with dreams, fears, loved ones, futures stolen by a woman they called friend. Siriporn Kanwang should have been planning her wedding. At 23, she'd recently gotten engaged to her boyfriend of 2 years, a kind man who worked in construction. They'd been saving money for a small ceremony, nothing extravagant, just family and close friends. Siriporn worked as a beautician, taking pride in making other women feel confident and beautiful. She was talented, building a loyal client base, dreaming of one day opening her own salon. Her mother, Thong Pin, described her daughter as trusting, perhaps too trusting. She saw the good in everyone, Thong Pin said through tears during a police interview. Even people who didn't deserve it. She'd give her last baht to help someone in need. That kindness killed her. Siriporn had met Sararat through social media, initially connecting over shared interests in fashion and beauty. Their online friendship transitioned to real life quickly, with coffee meetups turning into shopping trips. Siriporn posted photos of them together, smiling, arms around each other, captions about finally finding a friend who understood her. Her fiancé, Ranakorn, admitted he'd felt uneasy about Sararat from the beginning. Something was off, he recalled. She'd show up unannounced, call Siriporn constantly, always had some reason they needed to spend time together. I told Siriporn I didn't trust her, but she said I was being paranoid, that AM was just a good friend who cared about her. The morning of April 14th, 2023, Siriporn kissed Ranakorn goodbye and told him she was going shopping with AM. "I'll be back for dinner," she'd promised. "We're going to look at wedding decorations." Those were the last words she ever spoke to him. Hours later, he received the call no one should ever get. Siriporn was dead. She'd been found in the river. Accident, they said initially, drowning, but Ranakorn knew immediately something was wrong. Siriporn was a strong swimmer. She'd grown up near water. And why would she be near the river when she'd said they were shopping? When the autopsy revealed cyanide poisoning, Ranakorn's grief transformed into rage. "She invited my Siriporn out, poisoned her, stole her money while she was dying, and dumped her body like trash," he said. "And then she called me, crying, pretending to care. I'll never forget hearing her voice on the phone, sobbing, saying how sorry she was, asking if there was anything she could do. She just murdered the woman I loved and was asking if I needed help." Siriporn's bank account had been emptied. The money she and Ranakorn had saved for their wedding, gone. Transferred to Sararat's account in the hours before her death. Their dream of a future together, stolen along with Siriporn's life. Another victim, Warenthorn, had been a single mother working 2 jobs to support her 7-year-old son. She'd met Sararat at a local market where both shopped regularly. Sararat had complimented her son, struck up a conversation, and gradually worked her way into Werenthorn's life. For a struggling single mother, Sararat's friendship seemed like a blessing. She'd offer to watch Werenthorn's son when childcare fell through. She'd bring food when Werenthorn worked late. She'd listen sympathetically to complaints about the boy's father, about financial struggles, about the exhaustion of doing everything alone. Werenthorn died in June 2020. The official cause was listed as a sudden cardiac event. She was 30 years old. Her son found her collapsed in their apartment, called for help, but it was too late. The boy, now 13 and living with his grandmother, still has nightmares about that day. "She took my mother from me," he told investigators recently, his voice flat, emotionally exhausted from years of grief. "And the woman who did it came to the funeral. She hugged me. She told me my mom was in heaven. The whole time, she was wearing my mom's necklace. The one my mom said had gone missing the week before she died. That monster stole it, killed her, and wore her jewelry to her funeral." Werenthorn's mother, the boy's grandmother, blamed herself. "I encouraged their friendship," she said. "I thought Werenthorn needed support, needed a friend. I invited that woman into our home, fed her, trusted her with my grandson. And she repaid us by murdering my daughter and stealing the money I'd given Werenthorn for my grandson's education. That money was supposed to ensure he had opportunities, a better life than we had. Now it's gone, and so is my daughter." Then there was Waleaporn, 51, a nurse who dedicated her life to caring for others. She'd befriended Sararat at a Buddhist temple where both occasionally volunteered. Their shared interest in merit-making and religious practice created a bond. Waleaporn, divorced and childless, had poured her energy into her work and spiritual practice. She'd accumulated savings over decades of nursing, planning for retirement, for travel, for a peaceful later life. She died in August 2021, ostensibly from a stroke. Her colleagues were shocked. Waleaporn was healthy, active, took excellent care of herself. Strokes in otherwise healthy 51-year-olds are rare but not impossible, so questions went unasked. Until the investigation into Sararat revealed the truth. Waleaporn's savings, nearly 800,000 baht, had been transferred out of her account in the days before her death. Her family assumed she'd made investments or charitable donations. They never imagined their generous, kind sister had been murdered for that money by someone she'd prayed alongside, someone she'd trusted with her spiritual life as well as her friendship. "She exploited my sister's faith," Waleaporn's brother said bitterly. "She used Buddhism, used our belief in karma and compassion, to make my sister trust her. And then she poisoned her. If there is such a thing as karma, I hope it finds her. I hope she suffers for every life she took." Each victim's story followed similar patterns. Lonely women trusting women, women who believed in the goodness of others. Sararat had exploited their best qualities, turned their capacity for friendship into a vulnerability, weaponized their trust. But some victims weren't lonely. Some had families, partners, children. They'd simply had the misfortune of catching Sararat's attention, of having something she wanted. Their deaths were collateral damage in her pursuit of money and power. Sucheta, 38, mother of 3, died in March 2022. She'd known Sararat only briefly, having met her at a school function for their children. They weren't close friends, just acquaintances. But Sucheta had recently received an inheritance from her late father, a sum large enough to send all 3 of her children to university to secure their futures. Sararat learned about the inheritance through casual conversation. She'd insinuated herself into Sukata's life quickly, offering advice on investing the money, suggesting financial advisors, pretending to be knowledgeable about wealth management. Sucheta, unsophisticated in financial matters, appreciated the guidance. 3 weeks after receiving her inheritance, Sucheta was dead. Sararat had convinced her to meet for lunch to discuss investment opportunities. The lunch ended with Sucheta collapsing in a shopping mall bathroom, Sararat calling frantically for help, and a mother of 3 dying on the floor while her killer transferred her inheritance to offshore accounts. Sukata's husband, Preserve, discovered the missing money only after her death. When he tried to access the inheritance for funeral expenses and his children's future, he found the accounts empty. Bank records showed transfers to companies he'd never heard of, investment firms that turned out to be fronts. Sararat had not only killed his wife but stolen his children's future. "My kids ask me about their mom every day," Preserve said, his voice breaking. "The youngest was only 4 when she died. She barely remembers her, and I have to work 3 jobs now because the money that was supposed to send them to university is gone. That woman didn't just kill my wife. She destroyed my entire family's future." The psychological impact on survivors, family members of victims, created waves of secondary trauma. Many blamed themselves for not protecting their loved ones, for not seeing the warning signs, for encouraging friendships that ended in murder. Parents grieved not only their dead daughters but also their own perceived failures. How had they not known? How had they not protected their children? The guilt consumed some completely. One victim's mother attempted suicide a year after her daughter's murder, unable to live with the weight of survivor's guilt. Partners and spouses struggled with complicated grief, anger mixing with sadness, love twisted with guilt. Many blamed themselves for not being enough, not attentive enough, not available enough, not sufficiently fulfilling their partner's need for companionship, thereby creating space for Sararat to exploit. Children of victims faced futures without mothers, growing up with the knowledge that their parent had been murdered by someone she trusted, someone she'd considered a friend. The betrayal was nearly as traumatic as the loss itself. How could they ever trust anyone again, knowing what had happened to their mother? One particularly heartbreaking case involved 29-year-old Nisa, who'd just given birth to her first child when she met Sararat at a postpartum support group. New mothers, vulnerable and overwhelmed, seeking community and advice. It was a perfect hunting ground for a predator like Sararat. Nisa struggled with postpartum depression, finding the transition to motherhood harder than expected. Sararat positioned herself as an experienced mother, though her parenting was questionable at best, offering advice, helping with the baby, providing the support Nisa desperately needed. When Nisa died 4 months after giving birth, doctors initially attributed it to complications from postpartum depression, a tragic suicide. Her family, devastated, accepted this explanation despite feeling something was wrong. Postpartum mental health issues are serious, often underestimated, so the narrative fit. Only during the Sararat investigation did the truth emerge. Nisa hadn't taken her own life. She'd been murdered. The cyanide in her system told the real story. She'd been struggling, yes, vulnerable, yes, but she'd been fighting to be there for her baby. Sararat had stolen not just her life, but her daughter's mother. Nisa's daughter is now 3 years old. She'll grow up with photos of a mother she'll never know, stories about a woman who was murdered before she could watch her baby grow. And she'll know that her mother's killer pretended to care, helped with diaper changes and midnight feedings, all while planning murder. The financial devastation extended beyond immediate families. Several victims had been supporting aging parents with their incomes. When they died and their savings vanished, those elderly parents lost both their children and their financial security. Some ended up in government assistance programs, their golden years spent in poverty because a serial killer had murdered their primary support system. Businesses suffered too. Victims who were small business owners left behind enterprises that collapsed without them. Employees lost jobs. Business partners lost not just friends and colleagues but livelihoods. The ripple effects of Sararat's crimes touched hundreds of lives directly and thousands indirectly. Communities that had felt safe now looked at friendships with suspicion. Women who'd been open to new connections became guarded, paranoid. The social fabric of trust that holds communities together had been torn apart. Support groups formed for families of Sararat's victims, spaces where they could share grief without judgment, where they didn't have to explain the complicated emotions of losing someone to a killer who'd masqueraded as a friend. In these groups, parents wept together, partners shared rage, children found others who understood their particular flavor of trauma. But even in grief, divisions emerged. Some families wanted the death penalty for Sararat, believing only her execution could provide justice. Others felt that life imprisonment was more appropriate, that killing her would make them no better than her. The debates were heated, painful, ultimately irresolvable. What everyone agreed on was this: Sararat Rangsawathapurn had destroyed more than individual lives. She'd destroyed families, communities, trust itself. She'd taken the most human of experiences, friendship, and turned it into a weapon. And the wounds she'd inflicted would take generations to heal. The trial of Sararat Rangsawathapurn began on November 29, 2023, in Bangkok Criminal Court. The courthouse, normally a place of routine legal proceedings, transformed into something resembling a fortress. Armed police lined every entrance. Metal detectors screened every person who entered. Security was suffocating, necessary, because the woman being tried had become Thailand's most hated person. Outside, crowds gathered. Hundreds of people, many holding photos of the victims, stood in silent vigil. Mothers clutching pictures of dead daughters. Children holding images of murdered mothers. Partners whose futures had been stolen. They wanted to witness justice, needed to see the monster caged, required the closure that only a trial could provide. Inside the courtroom, Sararat sat between two guards, her expression blank. Gone was the charming smile, the warm demeanor she'd used to lure victims. In its place was something cold, mechanical, reptilian. She wore a dark suit, her hair pulled back severely, no makeup, no jewelry, nothing that might humanize her to the jury. Lead prosecutor Tharayat Sawanakot stood to present the state's case, and his opening statement silenced the already quiet room. What you will hear over the coming weeks is not merely the story of murders, he began, his voice steady but tinged with controlled fury. What you will hear is the systematic destruction of human life by a predator who weaponized the very essence of humanity. Our capacity for trust, for friendship, for compassion. The defendant didn't merely kill 14 women. She annihilated them. She erased their futures, shattered their families, and stole not just their money but their dignity, their final moments, their right to die knowing they were loved rather than hunted. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. They presented bank records showing money transfers from victims' accounts in the hours surrounding their deaths. Security footage placed Sararat with victims shortly before they died. Phone records revealed calls made by Sararat immediately after the murders, not to emergency services, but to check bank balances, to confirm transfers had cleared. Most damning were the exhumation results. Body after body had revealed the same poison. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Supatra Chayawang, testified for 3 full days, walking the court through each autopsy, each test result, each irrefutable piece of evidence. In my 30 years of forensic medicine, she stated, her voice shaking with suppressed emotion, I have never encountered anything like this. The consistency of the poison, the method, the cold calculation. This was not a crime of passion or desperation. This was industrial-scale murder. Witnesses painted a picture of Sararat's manipulation tactics. Former friends testified about how she'd wormed her way into their lives, how she'd isolated them from other relationships, how she'd gained access to their financial information through seemingly innocent requests. Several broke down on the stand, describing their narrow escapes, the guilt of surviving when others hadn't. Tidama, the woman who'd survived Sararat's poisoning attempt, gave perhaps the most powerful testimony. She described the friendship, the trust, the moment everything changed. I woke up in the hospital, she said, tears streaming down her face, and she was there, holding my hand, telling me how scared she'd been, and I believed her. I actually felt guilty for worrying her. It wasn't until I heard about Siraporn that I realized she wasn't worried about me. She was angry that I'd survived. The defense, led by attorney Wichian Klinke, faced an impossible task. The evidence was overwhelming, the public hatred intense, the crimes indefensible. Their strategy centered on mental illness, arguing that Sararat suffered from severe psychiatric disorders that diminished her responsibility. They brought in psychiatrists who testified about antisocial personality disorder, about psychopathy, about how certain brain abnormalities could predispose someone to violent behavior. But the prosecution's psychiatric experts countered effectively. She knew what she was doing was wrong, Dr. Samchai testified. She took elaborate steps to conceal her crimes, to create alibis, to manipulate investigations. This demonstrates clear understanding of morality and consequences. She is not insane. She is evil. When Sararat finally took the stand in her own defense, the courtroom fell into absolute silence. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, to hear her speak, to understand how she could justify the unjustifiable. Her testimony was chilling in its complete lack of remorse. She admitted to the killings with the emotional detachment of someone discussing a grocery list. When asked why she'd done it, she replied simply, "I needed money. They had money." It seemed practical. Practical, as if murder was merely a financial decision, a practical solution to a budgeting problem. Prosecutor the Rayet pressed her. "Did you think about their families, their children, the lives you were destroying?" Sararat's response froze the blood of everyone present. "I thought about what I would do with the money. Whether I thought about their families is irrelevant. They're dead. Thinking about them won't bring them back." Gasps filled the courtroom. Several family members rushed toward her, held back by security. One mother screamed, "Monster! You're a monster!" Guards escorted people out. The judge called for order, but the damage was done. Sararat had confirmed everyone's worst assumptions. She felt nothing, regretted nothing, would do it all again if given the opportunity. Her attorney tried damage control, suggesting she was being deliberately provocative, that mental illness was manifesting through her statements. But Sararat undermined him immediately. "I'm not crazy," she said flatly. "I knew exactly what I was doing. I just don't care that it upset people." The prosecution rested their case with victim impact statements. Family members given the opportunity to address Sararat directly, to tell her what she'd taken from them. For 2 full days, the parade of devastation continued. Ronicorn, Siraporn's fiancée, spoke through sobs. "You killed the woman I loved. You stole our future, our children who will never be born, our grandchildren who will never exist. You didn't just kill Siraporn. You killed generations of life that should have been." Werenthorn's son, now 13, read from a prepared statement. "My mom used to sing to me before bed. She'd make funny voices when reading stories. She'd pack extra dessert in my lunch to make me smile. You took all of that away. And for what? Money? Was it worth it? Was my mom's life worth whatever you bought with her money?" Sukata's husband brought his 3 children to court. The youngest, now 7, didn't fully understand what was happening but knew this was about her mother. "We drew pictures for you," Preserve said, holding up crayon drawings his children had made of their mother. "They draw her constantly because it's the only way they can see her anymore. You took their mother. You took their future. You took everything." One after another, victim after victim's family stepped forward. The cumulative weight of grief was suffocating. Reporters in the gallery wept openly. Even hardened police officers wiped away tears. But Sararat's expression never changed. She stared ahead, unmoved, unaffected, completely divorced from the human suffering on display. The defense's closing argument tried to frame Sararat as a victim herself of mental illness, of societal pressures, of circumstances beyond her control. Attorney Wichian pleaded for understanding, for compassion, for recognition that his client was sick, not evil. But prosecutor the Rayet's closing statement demolished this narrative. "The defense wants you to see the defendant as sick, as someone who deserves treatment rather than punishment. But consider this: she planned these murders meticulously. She researched poisons. She cultivated relationships over months or years before striking. She created alibis, covered her tracks, manipulated investigations. This is not the behavior of someone in the grip of uncontrollable impulses. This is the behavior of a calculating predator who made conscious choices, again and again and again, to murder innocent women for financial gain." He paused, letting his words sink in, then continued. 14 women are dead, 14 families destroyed, dozens more damaged beyond repair. And the defendant, when given the opportunity to express remorse, to show even a glimmer of humanity, told us she doesn't care. She doesn't regret it. She views her victims as resources she exploited, not human beings she murdered. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is not sickness. This is pure, calculated evil, and it deserves the harshest punishment our law allows. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. When they returned, the verdict was unanimous on all counts. Guilty. Guilty of 14 counts of premeditated murder. Guilty of theft. Guilty of fraud. Guilty on every single charge. The sentencing phase began immediately. Under Thai law, murder convictions can result in either life imprisonment or death. The prosecution sought death. The defense pleaded for life. Families were divided. Some wanted her executed, believing only death could balance the scales. Others felt that execution was too merciful, that she should spend decades in prison, forced to live with what she'd done. The debates within families grew heated, sometimes fracturing already fragile relationships further. On March 20th, 2024, Judge Prasit Phongsuwat delivered the sentence. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity, security struggling to manage the crowds. As the judge entered, absolute silence fell. Sararat Rangsawathapurn, Judge Prasit began, his voice grave and measured. This court has reviewed extensive evidence demonstrating a pattern of calculated, premeditated murder spanning nearly a decade. You systematically targeted vulnerable women, exploited their trust, poisoned them, and stole their assets while they died. Your actions demonstrate a complete absence of human empathy and a profound danger to society. He paused, looking directly at Sararat, who returned his gaze with dead eyes. You have shown no remorse. You have expressed no regret. When given opportunities to explain yourself, you demonstrated only cold calculation and complete disregard for human life. This court finds that you are irredeemable, that no punishment short of the ultimate penalty can adequately address the magnitude of your crimes. Another pause. Family members held their breath. On each count of premeditated murder, this court sentences you to death. However, the sentences will be commuted to life imprisonment without possibility of parole due to your cooperation with authorities in providing certain information during the investigation. You will spend the remainder of your natural life in prison, never again free to harm another human being. The reaction was mixed. Some family members wept with relief. Others shouted in anger, demanding actual execution. Security moved to control the chaos as people surged forward, emotions overwhelming order. Sararat's expression finally changed, not to remorse or fear, but to anger. She'd expected to somehow escape real consequences, believed her charm or manipulation would save her. The realization that she would die in prison sparked the first genuine emotion she'd shown: rage at being held accountable. As guards led her away, she turned to face the gallery one final time. "You're all so weak," she said, her voice carrying across the courtroom, crying over people too stupid to protect themselves. I gave them what they deserved for being so trusting. The guards physically restrained her, dragging her from the courtroom as she continued shouting, "I'm not sorry. I do it again. You hear me? I do it again." Her words echoed through the courthouse, a final confirmation of the monster she'd always been, stripped of all pretense, showing her true face to the world. The aftermath of the trial rippled through Thailand for months. Legal experts debated whether the sentence was too lenient, whether death should have been carried out rather than commuted. Victims' families struggled with the reality that their loved one's killer would live, albeit in prison, while their daughters, mothers, sisters remained dead. The government launched investigations into how Sararat had operated undetected for so long. Why hadn't banks flagged suspicious account activity? Why hadn't police connected the deaths earlier? How had she accessed industrial poisons without triggering regulatory oversight? These investigations revealed systemic failures. Banks had weak fraud detection systems. Police departments didn't share information effectively across jurisdictions. Regulations on toxic substances had massive loopholes. The changes implemented in response came too late for Sararat's victims but might save future lives. Sararat was transferred to the Central Women's Correctional Institution in Bangkok, where she would spend the rest of her life. Prison officials placed her in isolated confinement for her own safety. Other inmates had made clear their intentions to dispense their own justice given the opportunity. In her cell, Sararat adapted to her new reality with the same cold pragmatism she'd shown throughout her crimes. She filed appeals, though they were routinely denied. She gave interviews to psychiatrists studying criminal psychology, speaking about her murders with clinical detachment, providing insights into predatory behavior that chilled researchers. One psychologist who interviewed her regularly reported, "She views her life as having two phases. The phase where she was free to do as she pleased, and this phase, where she's been inconvenienced by imprisonment. She doesn't conceptualize it as punishment for wrongdoing. In her mind, she simply got caught doing something society arbitrarily decided was wrong. She has no moral framework that recognizes murder as inherently evil." Back in the world beyond prison walls, Thailand grappled with the cultural implications of the cyanide killer case. How had someone exploited social norms so effectively? Thai culture's emphasis on hospitality, on not questioning others too directly, on maintaining harmony. Had these values been weaponized by a predator? Community organizations began teaching workshops on recognizing manipulation, on setting boundaries, on the difference between genuine friendship and exploitative relationships. The conversation around trusting others became more nuanced, balancing openness with healthy skepticism. For the families of victims, life moved forward slowly, painfully. Some found solace in support groups, in shared grief. Others isolated themselves, unable to process the magnitude of loss. Children grew up visiting graves, learning about mothers through stories and photographs, carrying trauma that would shape their entire lives. Ranakorn never remarried. "Siriporn was my person," he said in an interview 5 years after her death. "What Sararat took from me can't be replaced. I wake up every day and remember that the woman I loved is gone because she was kind enough to make a friend." How do you move past that? Werenthorn's son graduated from high school this year. His grandmother, now elderly and frail, attended the ceremony, wishing her daughter could be there to see it. The education fund Werenthorn had saved for was gone, but the boy worked part-time and earned scholarships. "My mom would be proud," he said, holding her photograph. "I'm doing this for her, despite what that woman tried to take from us." Sararat's own daughter, now a teenager, lives with relatives under a different name. She's been shielded from media attention as much as possible, allowed to grow up away from the shadow of her mother's crimes. Psychologists who've worked with her say she struggles with complex emotions. Grief for the mother she thought she knew, horror at discovering what that mother truly was, guilt by association, fear of inheriting whatever darkness drove her mother to kill. The money Sararat stole, what could be recovered of it, was distributed to victims' families. But no amount of money can restore what was lost. The compensation felt hollow, inadequate, almost insulting. You can't put a price on a human life, can't compensate for stolen futures, can't make whole what's been irreparably shattered. Thailand's criminal justice system continues to cite the Sararat case in discussions about serial crime, about how predators adapt to societal blind spots, about the importance of interagency cooperation. Her case files are studied by law enforcement agencies worldwide, analyzed for patterns that might help identify similar predators before they accumulate dozens of victims. But perhaps the most lasting impact is the change in how people view friendship itself. In communities where Sararat operated, trust became complicated. Women hesitate before accepting invitations from new acquaintances. Families caution loved ones against sharing financial information too freely. The default assumption of good intentions has been replaced by careful evaluation, by boundary setting, by protective skepticism. This is Sararat's ultimate crime. Not just the 14 lives she took, but the erosion of trust itself, the poisoning of human connection, the introduction of suspicion into spaces that should be safe. She didn't just kill individuals. She damaged the social fabric that binds communities together. In her cell, Sararat continues her existence, cut off from the world she terrorized. She receives no visitors. Her family has disowned her. Victims' families would never grant her the satisfaction of their attention. She spends her days in isolation, reading, sleeping, existing without purpose beyond surviving to the next day. Justice has been served, but it feels incomplete. The dead remain dead, the grieving remain broken, children still grow up without mothers, partners still wake in empty beds, and somewhere in Thailand, there may be more bodies, more victims whose deaths were never connected to the cyanide killer, women who died alone while their murderer smiled and walked free. The story of Sararat Rangsawathapurn is a reminder that monsters don't always lurk in shadows or announce their presence with violence. Sometimes they sit across from you at lunch, smiling, asking about your day, earning your trust with every word. Sometimes the greatest danger comes from those who seem the safest, the ones who've convinced you they care. 14 women learned this truth too late. They died believing they had a friend, unaware they'd befriended death itself. Their stories, their lives, their stolen futures. These are what remain. Not as statistics, not as case files, but as warnings, as lessons purchased with blood, as reasons to look more carefully at those who smile too easily, who ask too many questions, who seem too perfect, too caring, too invested in your life. Sararat Rangsawathapurn took their lives. But in death, these women teach us all to be more careful, more aware, more protective of our trust. That is their legacy. That is how we honor them. By refusing to let another predator exploit what makes us human. Our capacity to believe in the goodness of others, our willingness to open our hearts to friendship, our need for human connection. In a Bangkok prison cell, a killer exists without remorse, without redemption, without hope of freedom. And in graves scattered across Thailand, 14 women rest, their stories finally told, their murders finally avenged, their memories preserved not just as victims, but as individuals who deserved better than the fate that found them. This is the story of the cyanide killer. This is the price of misplaced trust. This is what happens when evil wears a friendly face. Remember their names, honor their lives, and never forget, the monster isn't always obvious. Sometimes she's the woman who just asked you to lunch. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Rockhampton Rapist, Leonard Fraser's Trail of Terror. Some predators wear masks. Others wear smiles while they hunt in broad daylight. In Rockhampton, the monster didn't hide in shadows. He walked among the innocent, collecting trophies from those who would never come home. We're chasing a ghost tonight, a predator who turned an entire city into his hunting ground, where every street corner became a trap and every young face a potential victim. Leonard John Fraser didn't just take lives. He erased them, scattered them, left families drowning in questions that would haunt them for decades. This is the story of the man they called the Rockhampton Rapist, a killer so calculating, so remorseless, that even behind bars, he played games with the souls of the grieving. For women vanished. Only one body was ever found whole. The rest? Fragments, whispers, nightmares that investigators still can't shake. Tonight, we descend into the darkness of Queensland's most disturbing serial killer, a man who proved that evil doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It slithers in quietly, wearing the face of the ordinary, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Rockhampton, Queensland, a city cradled by the Tropic of Capricorn, where the Fitzroy River carves through red dirt and tropical heat hangs heavy in the air like an unwelcome guest. By the late 1990s, this working-class city of roughly 60,000 souls had earned itself an unsettling reputation. Young women were disappearing, not in the dramatic fashion of Hollywood thrillers, but in the quiet, terrifying way that real predators operate. One moment a person is walking home, the next they're simply gone, swallowed by the earth as if they never existed at all. Leonard John Fraser was born on June 27, 1951, in Ingham, a small sugar town in North Queensland. Nothing about his early years screamed monster in the making. He was one of 5 children in a working-class family, unremarkable in almost every way. But somewhere in the twisted corridors of his developing mind, something was fundamentally broken. By his teenage years, Fraser had already begun exhibiting the warning signs that criminologists would later recognize as the signature of a sexual predator: voyeurism, petty crimes, an obsession with control and domination. His first recorded offense came in 1970 when he was just 19 years old. Breaking and entering, a crime that seems almost quaint compared to what would follow, but it was never about the theft. It was about the violation, the power, the thrill of invading someone else's private space. The courts showed him leniency, a decision that would cost innocent lives decades later. Fraser wasn't deterred by his brush with the law. Instead, he learned. He adapted. He became more careful, more cunning, more dangerous. By 1974, Fraser had graduated to rape. His victim was a young woman in Rockhampton, someone who crossed his path at the wrong moment, in the wrong place. The attack was brutal, methodical, the work of someone who had fantasized about this moment for years. When police finally caught him, the courts sentenced him to indefinite detention. It should have been the end of the story, a monster caged before he could truly spread his wings. But the system failed. After just 7 years, in 1981, Leonard Fraser walked free, released back into the community like a plague given permission to spread. The years between his release and his next known attacks remain murky, a dark period where Fraser moved through society like a shadow. He worked odd jobs, maintained a low profile, and to anyone who met him casually, he seemed like just another aging working-class man struggling to make ends meet. But behind the mask of normalcy, Fraser was hunting. He would later confess that during this period, he had committed numerous sexual assaults that were never reported or connected to him. The true number of his victims may never be known. That's perhaps the most chilling aspect of Fraser's story, the likelihood that many of his crimes remain buried, quite literally, in unmarked graves scattered across Queensland. By the late 1990s, Fraser had refined his predatory instincts to a horrifying degree of efficiency. He knew how to select victims who were vulnerable, young women who were alone, intoxicated, or separated from friends. He knew the quiet streets where he could operate undetected. He knew how to approach without triggering alarm, how to overpower, how to transport, how to dispose. And most terrifyingly, he knew how to avoid capture while leaving a trail of shattered families in his wake. April 1998. Kira Steinhardt was just 9 years old when she vanished from Rockhampton. She had been riding her bicycle near her home on a quiet afternoon, doing what children do, living without fear, without the knowledge that monsters walk among us wearing human faces. Someone saw her talking to a man near a vehicle. Then she was gone. The city erupted in frantic searches. Volunteers combed through bushland, parks, abandoned buildings. Police conducted door-to-door inquiries. But Kira had simply vanished into thin air. For weeks, the search continued with diminishing hope. Then, a month later, a horrifying discovery. Kira's remains were found in scrubland at Neville Creek, west of Rockhampton. The little girl had been murdered, her life stolen before it had barely begun. The investigation intensified, but leads were scarce. Fraser had been careful, meticulous even. He had dumped the body in an isolated area where forensic evidence would be compromised by the elements. He had left investigators with more questions than answers. And most importantly, he had tasted success. He had killed a child and walked away clean. The monster had been fed, and now it wanted more. October 1998, just 6 months after Kira's disappearance. Sylvia Benedetti was a 19-year-old with her whole life stretching before her like an open road. She was last seen leaving a Rockhampton nightclub in the early morning hours, slightly intoxicated but coherent, planning to walk the short distance to a friend's house. She never arrived. Sylvia's family reported her missing immediately, but by then, the trail had already gone cold. No witnesses, no evidence, no body. She had simply ceased to exist in the physical world. leaving behind only grief and unanswered questions. December 1998. Julie Dawn Turner, a 39-year-old mother, vanished while hitchhiking on the Bruce Highway near Rockhampton. Julie had made the fatal decision that countless people make when desperate for transportation. She accepted a ride from a stranger. The stranger was Leonard Fraser. Julie's disappearance followed the same terrible pattern. A woman alone, vulnerable, trusting. A predator who recognized opportunity. A vanishing that left investigators grasping at smoke. Then came April 1999. Beverly Lego was a 36-year-old sex worker struggling with drug addiction. To many, she existed on the margins of society, in that terrible category of people whom society often fails to protect or even notice when they disappear. Beverly was last seen getting into a vehicle in central Rockhampton. She never returned to her usual haunts. For the sex workers in Rockhampton, Beverly's disappearance sent waves of terror through their community. They knew they were being hunted. They knew one of their own had fallen prey to something inhuman. But who would listen? Who would care about women that society had already written off? By 1999, Rockhampton was gripped by fear. For victims, a child, 2 young women, and a sex worker, all vanished within a 13-month period. The Queensland Police Service formed a task force, bringing in their best investigators and criminal profilers. The profile that emerged was chilling. They were looking for a local man, someone familiar with Rockhampton's geography and rhythms, someone who could blend in, who wouldn't attract suspicion, someone with a vehicle and the physical capability to overpower victims, someone with prior sexual offense convictions. That profile described Leonard Fraser perfectly. But knowing and proving are 2 vastly different things in criminal justice. Fraser had been questioned early in the investigation into Kira Steinhardt's murder. He lived in the area, had prior convictions, fit the profile. But he had an alibi, thin, questionable, but just enough to prevent immediate arrest. Fraser understood the system. He knew that without physical evidence, without witnesses, without a body directly linked to him, the police were powerless. So he smiled politely during interviews, expressed appropriate horror at the crimes, and walked free to hunt again. The investigators were drowning in frustration. They knew a predator was active in their city. They could feel him moving through the streets, selecting victims, striking with impunity. But every lead turned to dust. The families of the missing were stuck in a special kind of hell, the not knowing. When someone you love is murdered, you grieve. It's terrible, but it's final. When someone vanishes without a trace, you exist in perpetual limbo, forever suspended between hope and despair, unable to move forward because the story has no ending. Fraser thrived in this chaos. For him, the disappearances were more than just crimes. They were power, control, the ultimate expression of his dominance over those he deemed weaker. He could take a living, breathing human being and reduce them to nothing more than a memory that would fade with time. He could walk past the missing person posters featuring his victims' faces and feel a dark satisfaction that only he knew the truth. He was playing God, deciding who lived and who died, who would be found and who would remain lost forever. The psychological profile of a serial killer like Fraser reveals patterns that are both fascinating and horrifying. These predators don't kill out of passion or sudden rage. They kill because it satisfies something broken inside them, a need for control, for sexual gratification intertwined with violence, for the godlike power of holding life and death in their hands. Between kills, they often lead surprisingly normal lives, holding jobs, maintaining relationships, appearing to be regular members of society. This duality is what makes them so dangerous and so difficult to catch. Fraser's method of disposal showed intelligence and planning. By scattering remains in remote locations or disposing of bodies so thoroughly that they would never be recovered, he eliminated the most crucial element of any murder investigation, the crime scene. Without bodies, without forensic evidence, prosecutors face an uphill battle. Fraser knew this. He had studied the system during his previous incarceration. He had learned from whatever mistakes he had made in his earlier rape conviction. Now he was applying that terrible knowledge with devastating efficiency. The Rockhampton community was fracturing under the weight of fear. Parents were afraid to let their children out of sight. Women were afraid to walk alone after dark. The city's sense of safety had been shattered, replaced by a pervasive anxiety that a monster walked among them. Neighborhood watch groups formed. Self-defense classes filled to capacity. Gun sales increased. But how do you protect yourself from a predator who strikes without warning, who leaves no trace, who seems to be everywhere and nowhere at once? The year 2000 marked the beginning of the end for Leonard Fraser, though he didn't know it yet. His arrogance had grown with each successful hunt. He believed himself untouchable, too smart for the police, too careful to ever be caught. But every predator eventually makes a mistake, and Fraser's came not from a moment of carelessness, but from his insatiable appetite for violence. April 2000. Fraser encountered another potential victim, a young woman whose name has been protected by courts to respect her privacy. This woman, who would later be known as Witness A, survived an encounter with Fraser that should have killed her. She had accepted a ride from the soft-spoken, seemingly harmless middle-aged man. It was a decision that nearly cost her everything. Fraser drove her to a remote location, and there, his mask slipped completely. The attack was savage, sexual, intended to end with the victim's death and disposal like all the others. But this time, something went wrong from Fraser's perspective. The victim fought back with a ferocity he hadn't anticipated. She managed to escape, injured but alive, and she ran until she found help. When police interviewed Witness A, the details she provided were both horrifying and familiar. The vehicle description, the location, the method of attack, it all matched the profile investigators had been building for months. More importantly, she could identify her attacker. For the first time, investigators had a living witness who could point them directly to Leonard Fraser. The hunt was about to become a chase. Queensland police moved quickly. They placed Fraser under surveillance, building a case while ensuring he wouldn't strike again. What they discovered during this surveillance period was deeply unsettling. Fraser maintained a shockingly normal exterior life. He went to work, ran errands, visited his local pub. To anyone watching casually, he was just another middle-aged blue-collar worker killing time between shifts. But the investigators knew they were watching a predator between hunts, temporarily satiated but always hungry. The problem was evidence. Witness A's testimony was powerful, but prosecutors wanted more before bringing charges. They needed to connect Fraser to the other disappearances, to prove he was not just a one-time attacker but a serial predator. The investigative team went back through every detail of Fraser's life, every movement during the periods when the victims vanished. They re-interviewed witnesses, re-examined evidence, and slowly, painstakingly, built a web of circumstantial connections. One break came from Fraser's vehicle. Forensic examination revealed microscopic evidence that would prove crucial fibers, hair samples, trace elements that matched materials associated with the missing women. The science of forensic analysis had advanced significantly by 2000, and techniques that might have missed these traces a decade earlier now could definitively link Fraser to his victims. Each fiber, each hair, each particle of evidence became another link in the chain that would eventually bind him. In August 2000, police felt they had enough to act. They arrested Leonard Fraser on charges related to the attack on Witness A. The arrest was anticlimactic in its ordinariness. Fraser didn't resist, didn't make a dramatic escape attempt. He simply allowed himself to be handcuffed and led away, already calculating his defense strategy. For the families of the missing women watching news coverage of the arrest, it was a moment of terrible hope. Could this be the man who had taken their loved ones? Could they finally have answers? Fraser was charged with the rape and attempted murder of Witness A. The trial was set for the following year, and prosecutors were confident. They had physical evidence, eyewitness testimony, and Fraser's prior conviction for rape establishing a pattern of violent sexual assault. But while preparing for that trial, investigators continued working the cold cases of the missing women. They knew Fraser was responsible, could feel it in their bones, but proving it was another matter entirely. The key to breaking Fraser came not from physical evidence but from psychological pressure. Detectives employed a strategy that had worked with other serial offenders. They made Fraser believe they knew more than they actually did. During interviews, they would reference details about the disappearances, mention locations where remains might be found, discuss forensic techniques that could identify victims from the smallest fragments. They planted seeds of doubt in Fraser's mind, making him wonder whether the evidence he thought he had successfully destroyed might actually still exist. Fraser was a narcissist, a trait common among serial killers. He believed he was smarter than everyone around him, including the investigators. But he was also pragmatic. As his trial approached and the evidence mounted, he began to consider his options. A conviction for the rape and attempted murder of witness A would likely result in a lengthy sentence, perhaps even life imprisonment. But if he was also convicted of murdering Kira Steinhardt and the missing women, his prison experience would be dramatically different. Child killers occupy the absolute bottom of the prison hierarchy. Even among criminals, those who harm children are considered subhuman, targets for violent retribution. The prosecution strategy for the Witness A case was meticulous. They presented forensic evidence that placed Fraser at the scene of the attack. They introduced his prior rape conviction to establish pattern behavior. And most powerfully, they put Witness A on the stand to describe her ordeal in devastating detail. Her testimony was so compelling, so clearly truthful, that Fraser's defense began to crumble. The jury would almost certainly convict, and everyone in the courtroom knew it. But something else was happening simultaneously. The missing person investigations had taken a dramatic turn. Using advanced GPS technology and geographical profiling, investigators had identified likely disposal sites where Fraser might have taken his victims. They organized extensive searches of remote bushland areas around Rockhampton, bringing in forensic anthropologists and cadaver dogs. The searches were grueling work conducted in oppressive tropical heat, combing through dense scrub where snakes and spiders posed constant danger. Then, in a remote area southwest of Rockhampton, search teams made a grim discovery. Remains, scattered, decomposed, partially consumed by wildlife and the elements. Forensic anthropologists carefully excavated the site, documenting every fragment, every piece of evidence. The remains were transported to laboratories where experts would attempt to identify them and determine cause of death. For the families waiting at home, each news report about discovered remains brought a horrifying mixture of hope and dread. Hope that their missing loved one might finally be found, dread that the finding would confirm their worst fears. The forensic analysis took months. DNA technology in 2000 was sophisticated but still required intact genetic material for comparison. Many of the remains had been exposed to Queensland's harsh climate for months or even years. Degradation was extensive. But forensic scientists are meticulous, patient people who understand that justice often depends on their ability to extract information from the smallest traces of evidence. They worked with what they had, compared DNA from the remains to samples provided by the families of the missing women, and slowly, identifications began to emerge. The remains found at the site were confirmed to be Beverly Lego. The 36-year-old sex worker who had vanished in April 1999 had finally been found, or at least some of her had. The cause of death could not be definitively determined due to the condition of the remains, but forensic anthropologists noted trauma to bone structures consistent with violent assault. Beverly had not died peacefully. She had fought for her life and she had lost. The discovery of Beverly's remains shifted the entire investigation. Now prosecutors could pursue murder charges, not just for the attack on witness, but for at least one of the missing women. The question was strategy. Should they proceed with multiple trials, or try to connect all the cases into a single prosecution? The decision was made to pursue the Witness A case first, securing a conviction that would put Fraser behind bars while continuing to build cases for the murders. Fraser's trial for the attack on Witness A began in 2001. The courtroom was packed with media, investigators, and family members of the missing women. Everyone understood that this trial was about more than just one assault. It was about accountability for a string of disappearances that had terrorized an entire city. Witness A took the stand and delivered testimony that was both harrowing and powerful. She described the attack in clinical detail, never wavering, never breaking down, presenting herself as a survivor rather than a victim. Her strength was palpable, and it clearly affected the jury. The defense's strategy was to attack witness A's credibility, to suggest the encounter had been consensual and that she was fabricating the assault claims. It was a desperation move, and it backfired spectacularly. The jury saw through the tactic immediately, recognizing it for what it was, an attempt to blame the victim for her own assault. When the forensic evidence was presented, showing injuries consistent with violent assault, the defense case effectively collapsed. The verdict came after just a few hours of deliberation. Guilty on all counts, Leonard Fraser was convicted of rape and attempted murder. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment. As Fraser was led from the courtroom, family members of the missing women wept, not from joy, but from relief that the monster was finally caged. Yet their ordeal was far from over. Convicting Fraser of assaulting witness A was one thing. Proving he had murdered their loved ones was another challenge entirely. With Fraser safely imprisoned, investigators turned their attention to extracting confessions for the unsolved murders. They knew he was responsible for the disappearances of Kira Steinhardt, Sylvia Benedetti, Julie Turner, and possibly others. But knowing and proving remained frustratingly different. The strategy became psychological warfare. Investigators would visit Fraser in prison, conducting long interviews where they would methodically present evidence, both real and implied. They would describe the forensic techniques being used to analyze remains, the witnesses coming forward with new information, the technological advances that were making it impossible to hide evidence. Fraser was in a unique position. He was already serving life imprisonment for the assault on witness A. Additional convictions would not meaningfully increase his sentence. But his life in prison could be made significantly worse if he was publicly identified as a child killer. Prison populations have their own justice system, and child killers are at the absolute bottom. They are isolated, attacked, living in constant fear. Fraser understood this calculus perfectly. The breakthrough came when investigators offered Fraser something he wanted: control over the narrative. They suggested that if he confessed, he could tell his story, explain his actions, ensure that the families of his victims had answers and closure. For a narcissist like Fraser, the opportunity to be the center of attention, to have investigators hang on his every word, to exercise one final act of control over his victims by determining when and how they would be found, was deeply appealing. In late 2001, Leonard Fraser began to confess. Not all at once, and never completely truthfully, but slowly, in fragments, he started revealing what he had done. The confessions were chilling in their casual tone. Fraser spoke about murdering young women the way someone might discuss running errands or fixing a car. There was no remorse, no emotional connection to the enormity of what he had done. His victims were objects to him, toys that he had used and discarded when finished. He confessed to murdering 9-year-old Kira Steinhardt. He described abducting her, assaulting her, killing her, and dumping her body at Neville Creek. The details he provided matched the evidence exactly, information that only the killer could know. For Kira's family, the confession brought the terrible finality they had been dreading. Their little girl was gone, murdered by a monster who felt nothing about taking her life. But at least now they knew. The not knowing, that special torture of missing person cases, was finally over. Fraser also confessed to murdering Sylvia Benedetti, Julie Turner, and Beverly Lego. He provided locations where he had disposed of remains, though many of these locations yielded nothing. Bodies completely disappeared by time, wildlife, and the elements. Fraser seemed to take a dark pleasure in describing how thoroughly he had eliminated evidence, how carefully he had planned each disposal to prevent discovery. He was bragging, showing off his work, seeking validation for his terrible intelligence, even from the investigators who despised him. But then something unexpected happened. Fraser's confessions became unreliable. He began claiming responsibility for murders he couldn't possibly have committed. He confessed to killing women who were still alive. He provided details about crimes that were later proven to be false. Investigators realized that Fraser was playing games, mixing truth with lies, seeking to extend his moment of importance by confessing to anything and everything. The question became which confessions were real and which were fantasy. Leonard Fraser's confessions created an unprecedented challenge for investigators and prosecutors. They had a serial killer who was willing to confess to murders, but whose confessions were so contaminated with lies and fantasies that determining truth became a Herculean task. Each claim had to be independently verified through evidence before it could be trusted. The process would take years and consume thousands of investigative hours. The most reliable confessions were those involving Kira Steinhardt and the 3 adult women whose disappearances could be corroborated with evidence. Fraser's description of Kira's abduction, assault, and murder matched the physical evidence exactly. He knew details about the location where her body was dumped that had never been released to the public. This was information only the killer could possess. Similarly, his confessions regarding Sylvia Benedetti, Julie Turner, and Beverly Lego included verifiable details that convinced investigators they were hearing the truth about these victims. But Fraser also confessed to numerous other murders that investigators could not verify. He claimed to have killed women in other Queensland cities. He described abductions and murders spanning decades. Some of these claims were obviously false. The supposed victims were tracked down and found to be alive and well. Other claims involved real missing persons cases, but evidence linking Fraser to these disappearances was non-existent. The question that haunted investigators was whether some of Fraser's seemingly false confessions might actually be true, involving victims whose bodies had been so thoroughly disposed of that no trace would ever be found. Criminal psychologists were brought in to analyze Fraser's behavior and attempt to separate fact from fiction. What they found was a textbook narcissistic personality engaged in what forensic psychologists call credibility maximization. Fraser was extending his moment of importance, keeping investigators engaged with him, maintaining his position as the center of attention. By confessing to every unsolved murder he could recall from news reports, he ensured that police would have to keep interviewing him, keep listening to him, keep treating him as significant. For someone whose entire identity was wrapped up in power and control, this ongoing attention was deeply gratifying. The forensic psychologists developed strategies for the investigators to use during interviews. They would ask Fraser for specific details that only the real killer would know: locations of scars or birthmarks on victims, specific items of clothing, exact positions where bodies were left. For murders Fraser had actually committed, he could provide these details effortlessly. For murders he was claiming falsely, he would either fabricate vague descriptions or change his story between interviews. This technique helped investigators winnow down his hundreds of confession claims to a handful they could confidently pursue in court. The decision was made to prosecute Fraser for the murders of Kira Steinhardt, Sylvia Benedetti, and Julie Turner. These were the cases where Fraser's confessions were corroborated by sufficient evidence to secure convictions. Beverly Lego's murder was also being considered, but the condition of her remains made determining cause of death extremely difficult. Without a clear cause of death, proving murder beyond a reasonable doubt becomes significantly harder. Prosecutors decided to focus on the strongest cases first. Preparing for trial required the prosecution team to construct narratives for murders where bodies had never been found or had been discovered in such degraded condition that traditional forensic evidence was minimal. They would rely heavily on Fraser's confessions, which created a legal complication. In most criminal cases, confessions alone are not sufficient for conviction. There must be corroborating evidence. The prosecution would need to show that Fraser's confessions contained information only the killer could know, and that this information was reliable despite Fraser's demonstrated willingness to lie. The trial preparations revealed just how meticulous Fraser had been in his crimes. For the murders where bodies were never recovered, Fraser described elaborate disposal methods. He had weighted bodies and dumped them in waterways. He had buried remains in remote locations and then returned later to relocate them to prevent discovery. He had dismembered bodies to make transportation easier and disposal more complete. These were not crimes of passion or opportunity. They were carefully planned executions carried out by someone who had studied how to eliminate evidence. One of the most disturbing aspects of Fraser's confessions was his description of keeping trophies from his victims. This is common behavior among serial killers, taking personal items from victims as souvenirs, objects they can revisit to relive their crimes and experience again the sense of power and control. Fraser claimed to have kept jewelry, identification cards, and photographs. When police searched properties associated with Fraser, they found some of these items hidden in locations only Fraser could have known about. Discovery of a victim's jewelry in Fraser's possession was powerful corroborating evidence linking him to specific murders. The community impact of Fraser's crimes and subsequent confessions cannot be overstated. Rockhampton had been living under a shadow of fear for years. Now, as details emerged about the extent of Fraser's predation, that fear transformed into a more complex mixture of relief, horror, and anger. Relief that the predator was captured. Horror at the scope of his crimes. Anger at a system that had released him from prison after his first rape conviction, giving him the opportunity to kill. Community forums were held where residents could express their feelings and hear from law enforcement about how such a predator had operated undetected for so long. For the families of Fraser's victims, his confessions brought an end to years of torturous uncertainty, but opened new wounds. Learning the details of how their loved ones died was agonizing. Many family members struggled with the decision of whether to hear Fraser's confessions or shield themselves from the horrific specifics. Victim support services worked overtime to provide counseling and assistance to families navigating this impossible terrain. Some found comfort in finally knowing what happened. Others were destroyed by the knowledge, finding that the reality was somehow worse than the terrible scenarios they had imagined. The trial for Kira Steinhardt's murder began in 2003. The courtroom atmosphere was intensely emotional from the outset. Kira's family was present, along with families of Fraser's other victims. Media coverage was extensive, with the trial being broadcast and reported on nationally. The prosecution's case rested primarily on Fraser's confession, which they presented through recorded interviews. Jurors watched hours of footage of Fraser calmly describing how he had abducted, raped, and murdered a 9-year-old child. The videos were so disturbing that court officers reported seeing jurors weeping. The defense faced a nearly impossible task. Fraser had confessed in detail to the crime. Physical evidence supported his confession. The defense strategy became one of attempting to introduce doubt about Fraser's mental state and the voluntariness of his confession. They argued that Fraser's confessions were unreliable given his demonstrated pattern of confessing to crimes he didn't commit. If he had falsely confessed to some murders, how could the jury be certain this confession was truthful? It was a weak argument, and the prosecution had anticipated it. The prosecution brought forth the corroborating evidence that made Fraser's confession about Kira credible. They showed that Fraser had described the location of Kira's body with extreme precision before it was found. He had described items of clothing that were discovered with the remains. He had provided details about the timeline of the abduction that matched witness statements. Most damningly, forensic evidence from Fraser's vehicle at the time of Kira's disappearance showed traces consistent with the location where her body was found. The web of evidence was too tight to escape. During the trial, the prosecution also introduced evidence of Fraser's prior rape conviction and his pattern of sexual violence. Over defense objections, the judge allowed this evidence under the doctrine of similar fact evidence, showing that Fraser had an established pattern of violent sexual assault that made it more likely he had committed this particular crime. The jury heard details of Fraser's 1974 rape conviction and subsequent 7-year incarceration, establishing him as a documented sexual predator. One of the most powerful moments of the trial came when Kira's mother took the stand to provide a victim impact statement. Through tears, she described her daughter's life, a vibrant 9-year-old full of energy and dreams. She described the day Kira disappeared, the weeks of desperate searching, the moment she learned her child's body had been found. She spoke directly to Fraser, who sat impassively in the dock, asking him why. Why her daughter? Why any child? Fraser showed no visible reaction, staring blankly ahead as if the woman's pain was of no more interest to him than the weather outside. The jury deliberated for 2 days before returning with their verdict. Guilty of murder, guilty of rape, guilty of deprivation of liberty. On every count, the jury had convicted Leonard Fraser of murdering Kira Steinhardt. The judge's sentencing reflected the community's horror at the crime. Fraser was sentenced to an indefinite life sentence for Kira's murder, to be served consecutively with his existing life sentence for the attack on Witness A. The judge noted that Fraser represented an ongoing danger to the community and should never be released. But the legal proceedings were far from over. Prosecutors next brought charges for the murders of Sylvia Benedetti and Julie Turner. These trials followed a similar pattern. Fraser's detailed confessions corroborated by whatever limited physical evidence could be gathered. The absence of bodies made these cases more challenging, but prosecutors argued that Fraser's confessions contained specific knowledge that only the killer could possess. They detailed his descriptions of the women's final moments, the locations where he had assaulted them, the methods he had used to dispose of their remains. The Benedetti and Turner trials were consolidated, with both cases presented together to show a pattern of predatory behavior. The prosecution painted a picture of Fraser as a hunter who prowled Rockhampton streets looking for vulnerable women. He targeted those who were alone, intoxicated, or engaged in high-risk activities like hitchhiking. He used his vehicle as both lure and weapon, offering rides to women who then found themselves trapped with a predator. The prosecution showed photographs of the remote locations where Fraser claimed to have taken his victims, isolated spots where screams would never be heard and bodies could be hidden indefinitely. Fraser's defense team attempted to argue that without bodies, the prosecution couldn't prove the women were even dead, let alone murdered by Fraser. They suggested the possibility that the women had simply run away, started new lives elsewhere, and that Fraser was falsely confessing to murders that never happened. It was a desperate strategy that relied on the jury ignoring the mountain of circumstantial evidence. The prosecution countered by showing that both women had disappeared completely. No use of credit cards, no contact with family, no traces of them anywhere despite extensive investigations. People don't simply vanish without a trace unless something terrible has happened. The verdicts came back guilty on both counts. Leonard Fraser was convicted of murdering Sylvia Benedetti and Julie Turner. The judge imposed additional life sentences, though the practical effect was minimal. Fraser was already serving indefinite life sentences and would never see freedom again. But for the families of Benedetti and Turner, the convictions represented a form of justice. Their loved ones' murders had been acknowledged, and the killer had been held accountable even without the recovery of remains. Throughout these trials, Fraser maintained an eerie calm. He showed no remorse, no emotion, no acknowledgement that he had destroyed multiple families and traumatized an entire community. Criminal psychologists who evaluated him consistently described a complete absence of empathy. Fraser understood intellectually that his actions had caused pain, but he felt nothing about it. His victims were objects to him, means to an end, no more worthy of emotional consideration than tools in a workshop. This emotional flatness is characteristic of psychopathic personality disorders, where the capacity for empathy and guilt is fundamentally broken or absent. The question of how many people Fraser actually killed remains unresolved. He was convicted of 4 murders: Kira Steinhardt, Sylvia Benedetti, Julie Turner, and later Beverly Lego after additional evidence was discovered. But Fraser's confessions implicated him in numerous other disappearances. Cold case investigators across Queensland reviewed unsolved missing person cases from the 1970s through 1999, looking for potential connections to Fraser. Some cases showed promising links: victims who disappeared in areas where Fraser had been living or working, methods of abduction similar to Fraser's known patterns. But without physical evidence or reliable confessions, these cases remain unsolved. The uncertainty surrounding Fraser's true victim count reflects a frustrating reality about serial killers. Many of their crimes are never officially solved. Bodies are never found, victims are never identified, and the full scope of their predation dies with them. Some serial killers claim inflated numbers to seem more significant. Others minimize their crimes to maintain some semblance of control or dignity. Finding truth becomes nearly impossible when dealing with individuals who are pathological liars and whose entire sense of self is built on deception and manipulation. One particularly haunting aspect of Fraser's case involves the numerous missing person cases from the era that remain unsolved. Queensland police identified at least a dozen missing women from the 1980s and 1990s whose disappearances shared characteristics with Fraser's known victims. Young women, last seen alone or in vulnerable situations, vanishing without a trace from areas where Fraser had access. Fraser claimed at various times to have killed some of these women, then later recanted those confessions. Families of these missing women remain trapped in limbo, wondering if Fraser took their loved ones and simply won't admit it, or if some other predator was responsible. The psychological profile that emerged from Fraser's case became a teaching tool for law enforcement agencies throughout Australia. He represented a particular type of serial predator, the organized offender who carefully selects victims, plans attacks, and takes extensive measures to avoid detection. Unlike disorganized killers who act impulsively and leave obvious evidence, organized offenders like Fraser are patient, methodical, and far more difficult to catch. They study law enforcement techniques, learn from their mistakes, and continuously refine their methods. Fraser had literally been trained by the prison system during his first incarceration, learning what mistakes had led to his rape conviction and ensuring he wouldn't repeat them. The failures of the criminal justice system became a subject of intense public debate. Fraser had been released in 1981 after serving just 7 years for rape. The decision to release him was based on psychological evaluations that determined he was no longer a threat to society. Those evaluations were catastrophically wrong. In the 20 years between his release and his final arrest, Fraser likely murdered at least 4 people and possibly many more. The question became, how did trained psychologists miss the warning signs? How was such a dangerous predator deemed safe for release? The answer lies in the limitations of psychological assessment, particularly in the 1970s and 1980s when understanding of sexual predators was far less sophisticated. Fraser was intelligent enough to tell evaluators what they wanted to hear. He expressed remorse for his crime, claimed to understand the harm he had caused, participated enthusiastically in rehabilitation programs, and presented himself as someone who had learned from his mistakes. Psychologists didn't have access to the advanced risk assessment tools and brain imaging studies that would later prove more effective at identifying persistent predators. They relied on self-reporting and behavioral observations, both of which Fraser expertly manipulated. The Fraser case prompted Queensland to overhaul its approach to violent sexual offenders. New laws were introduced allowing for indefinite detention of offenders deemed to pose ongoing risks to community safety. Risk assessment protocols were strengthened, with multiple layers of evaluation required before dangerous offenders could be released. The Dangerous Prisoners, Sexual Offenders Act 2003 was directly influenced by the Fraser case, creating a framework for continued supervision or detention of sexual offenders beyond their original sentences if they remained dangerous. It was too late to save Fraser's victims, but the legislative changes may have prevented future tragedies. Inside prison, Fraser's life became increasingly isolated. Child killers are despised even among hardened criminals, occupying the absolute bottom of the prison hierarchy. Fraser spent much of his incarceration in protective custody, separated from the general population for his own safety. He had no friends, no visitors beyond his legal team, no connections to the outside world. His existence became a living death, endless days stretching into years, marked only by the routine of prison meals and the occasional legal proceeding. For someone whose sense of self had been built on power and control, this powerlessness was perhaps the closest thing to punishment Fraser could experience. Fraser's health began to deteriorate in the mid-2000s. Years of poor lifestyle choices, the stress of incarceration, and advancing age took their toll. He developed heart disease and other chronic conditions. Prison medical staff provided treatment, though some members of the public questioned why a monster like Fraser deserved medical care when his victims had received none. It was a dark sentiment, but an understandable one from families still grieving their losses. Fraser had shown his victims no mercy. Why should society show him any? In late 2006, Fraser's health took a dramatic turn for the worse. He suffered a major heart attack and was transported to a hospital under heavy guard. Medical staff worked to stabilize him, following the ethical obligations of their profession regardless of who the patient was. Fraser survived but was severely weakened. He returned to prison, where his health continued to decline. By December 2006, it was clear that Fraser was dying. The question became whether he would take any remaining secrets to his grave or whether he might, in his final days, provide closure to families still searching for answers. Some investigators held out hope that facing death might prompt Fraser to make a full and honest accounting of his crimes. Many serial killers, when confronted with their mortality, become more willing to confess. Whether from a desire to clear their conscience, to achieve a form of legacy, or simply because the consequences no longer matter, dying predators sometimes provide information they withheld for years. Investigators visited Fraser in the prison hospital wing, asking one final time if he would reveal the locations of his victims' remains, if he would admit to other crimes, if he would provide the closure that so many families desperately needed. Fraser refused. Even facing death, even with nothing left to gain or lose, he maintained control in the only way he still could, by withholding information. His secrets would die with him, and he knew that this final act of cruelty would extend his victims' families' suffering indefinitely. It was one last expression of power, one final demonstration that even from his deathbed, he could still cause pain. On New Year's Day 2007, Leonard John Fraser died in the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Brisbane. He was 55 years old. The announcement of his death brought mixed reactions from the public and victims' families. Some expressed relief that the monster was finally gone, that he could never hurt anyone again. Others felt cheated that Fraser had died relatively quickly and peacefully compared to the terror and agony he had inflicted on his victims. There was no public mourning for Leonard Fraser. No memorial services, no flowers, no tears except those of frustrated rage from families who would never get complete answers. The death of Leonard Fraser did not bring closure to the cases he left behind. If anything, his passing opened new questions and intensified the frustration of investigators and families alike. With Fraser gone, there would be no more confessions, no possibility of him finally revealing the locations of missing victims' remains, no chance for families to confront him one last time with their pain and loss. The monster had escaped, not through freedom but through death, leaving behind a legacy of suffering that would continue for decades. In the immediate aftermath of Fraser's death, Queensland Police conducted a comprehensive review of all unsolved missing person cases that might be connected to him. The review team examined hundreds of files spanning from the early 1970s, when Fraser first began his criminal career, through to his final arrest in 2000. They looked for patterns. Young women disappearing from areas where Fraser had lived or worked, victims who matched Fraser's preferred target profile, cases with similarities to his known murders. The review identified approximately 15 cases that warranted deeper investigation as potentially being Fraser victims. The challenge was evidence. Fraser had been extraordinarily careful about eliminating physical traces of his crimes. The few bodies that were recovered had been found in advanced states of decomposition, yielding minimal forensic evidence. For the victims who were never found, there was nothing. No crime scenes, no physical evidence, no witnesses, nothing but the terrible absence of a loved one and the statistical likelihood that someone who vanished without a trace had met with foul play. How do you solve a murder when you have no body, no evidence, and the primary suspect is dead? Advances in forensic technology offered some hope. DNA analysis had progressed significantly since the 1990s, and cold case teams began re-examining evidence from Fraser's known crimes and from unsolved cases. They searched for biological traces that earlier testing might have missed: skin cells, blood traces, hair follicles. They reanalyzed fibers and other trace evidence using new spectrographic techniques. Some cases yielded new information, though none resulted in definitively connecting Fraser to additional victims. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, as investigators grimly acknowledged, but without something concrete to pursue, cases remained frustratingly stagnant. The search for Fraser's missing victims continued with increased urgency after his death. Police coordinated with geological surveyors and used ground-penetrating radar technology to scan remote areas where Fraser might have disposed of bodies. They brought in cadaver dogs trained to detect human remains even after years of decomposition. Search teams returned to locations Fraser had mentioned during his confessions, hoping to find something, anything, that would give families the closure of a proper burial for their loved ones. These searches were heartbreaking work. Volunteers joined law enforcement in combing through dense Australian bushland, navigating through thorny scrub in oppressive heat, searching for bones or clothing fragments that might mark a grave. Every piece of white plastic glimpsed through vegetation would trigger hope. Could it be a fragment of clothing? Every depression in the ground was investigated. Could it be a burial site? More often than not, these hopes were dashed. The bushland yielded old camping debris, animal bones, the natural detritus of landscape, but not the human remains that searchers desperately sought. One significant discovery came in 2009, 3 years after Fraser's death. A bushwalker stumbled upon bone fragments in a remote area west of Rockhampton. Police and forensic anthropologists were immediately dispatched to the scene. The area was secured and carefully excavated. The bones were indeed human, and the location matched vague descriptions Fraser had provided during one of his confession sessions. DNA analysis confirmed that the remains belonged to one of the missing women Fraser had confessed to killing. For her family, the discovery brought the bittersweet relief of finally being able to lay their loved one to rest, though the pain of knowing how she died and how long she had lain undiscovered in that lonely place was almost unbearable. The psychological impact of Fraser's crimes rippled through Rockhampton and the wider Queensland community for years. Mental health professionals reported increased rates of anxiety and PTSD among women who had lived in Rockhampton during Fraser's active years. Many described a pervasive sense of violated safety, the knowledge that a predator had been moving among them, selecting victims, killing with impunity while presenting a facade of normalcy. Trust in strangers, in hitchhiking, in walking alone, had been fundamentally shattered for an entire generation of women in the region. The families of Fraser's victims faced particular challenges in processing their trauma. Losing a loved one to murder is devastating in ways that natural death is not. There's the sudden violence of it, the knowledge that someone chose to end a life, the horror of imagining those final moments. But when the killer is someone like Fraser, remorseless, cold, treating the murder as casually as running an errand, an additional layer of psychological damage occurs. Families struggled with nightmares, intrusive thoughts, survivor's guilt, and a corrosive anger that could never truly be satisfied because the target of that anger was dead. Support groups formed among the families of Fraser's victims and other missing persons cases from the era. These groups provided a space where people who had experienced similar traumas could share their experiences without judgment. They organized annual memorial services to honor the victims and ensure they were not forgotten. They lobbied for legislative changes to improve how police handle missing person cases and to strengthen protections for vulnerable populations. From their terrible experiences, they worked to create something positive, advocacy that might save future lives. The Fraser case became a subject of intense academic study in criminology and forensic psychology departments across Australia and internationally. Researchers analyzed every aspect of his crimes, his psychology, his methods, seeking to understand what creates a predator like Fraser and how such individuals can be identified before they kill. His case appeared in textbooks, was the subject of doctoral dissertations, and featured in numerous academic conferences. If nothing else, the horror of Fraser's crimes could perhaps contribute to preventing future tragedies by improving our understanding of serial predation. One particularly important area of study involved Fraser's victim selection. Researchers noted that he had carefully targeted women who were vulnerable in specific ways: intoxicated, engaged in sex work, hitchhiking, or in Kira's case, a child who was momentarily separated from adult supervision. These were individuals who Fraser believed would not be immediately missed or whose disappearances might be attributed to voluntary choices rather than foul play. This pattern of targeting marginalized or vulnerable victims is common among serial predators, who understand that society often fails to adequately protect or search for certain types of missing persons. The Kira Steinhardt case specifically prompted major changes in how Australia handles child abductions. Kira's law, though not formally titled as such, referred to a series of policy changes implementing immediate response protocols for missing children, expanding the use of Amber Alert-style systems, and creating specialized child protection units within police forces. The recognition that Fraser had been able to abduct a child in broad daylight, in a residential area, without anyone intervening, highlighted systematic failures in community awareness and response that needed addressing. Media coverage of Fraser's crimes and their aftermath raised important ethical questions about how society reports on serial killers. There was extensive debate about whether detailed coverage of Fraser's methods and confessions might inspire copycat offenders or traumatize victims' families. Some argued for restricted reporting that would focus on victims rather than the perpetrator, avoiding the tendency to sensationalize killers and inadvertently glorify their crimes. Others countered that public awareness and detailed reporting served important purposes in educating communities about dangers and holding institutions accountable for failures that enabled Fraser's crimes. The true crime genre experienced a surge in popularity in the 2000s and 2010s, with Fraser's case featuring in numerous television documentaries, podcasts, and books. For some victims' families, this ongoing attention was welcome. It kept their loved ones' names alive and maintained public pressure for cold cases to be solved. Other families found the repeated examination of their tragedies to be re-traumatizing, a constant reopening of wounds that could never fully heal. The tension between public interest and private grief remains a challenging ethical landscape in true crime storytelling. One unintended consequence of Fraser's case was its impact on sex workers' safety advocacy. Beverly Legos' murder and the initial lack of intensive investigation into her disappearance highlighted how society's marginalization of sex workers makes them particularly vulnerable to violent predators. Advocacy groups used Fraser's case to push for legal reforms decriminalizing sex work, improving access to police protection for sex workers, and creating safe reporting mechanisms for assault. The argument was straightforward. When an entire class of women is pushed into the shadows by criminalization and stigma, predators like Fraser find easy hunting grounds. The question of whether Fraser could have been stopped earlier remains a source of painful reflection for the Queensland Police Service. In hindsight, there were multiple opportunities where more aggressive investigation or different tactical decisions might have led to Fraser's arrest before he accumulated multiple victims. He had been questioned early in the Kira Steinhardt investigation but not held because his alibi, though weak, was sufficient to prevent arrest. Should investigators have pushed harder? Should they have placed him under surveillance immediately? These questions have no satisfying answers, only the knowledge that policing involves making judgment calls with incomplete information, and sometimes those calls have tragic consequences. The technological limitations of the era also played a significant role in Fraser's ability to evade capture. CCTV surveillance was not ubiquitous in the 1990s as it would become in later years. Cell phone tracking was in its infancy. Forensic DNA analysis, while available, was not as sophisticated or widely deployed as it would become within a decade. Fraser operated in a window of time when traditional detective work was still the primary investigative tool, but before the comprehensive surveillance and tracking capabilities of the digital age had been fully developed. A predator with Fraser's methods operating in the 2020s would likely be caught much more quickly. The Fraser case also highlighted the importance of multi-jurisdictional cooperation in catching serial offenders. Because Fraser's crimes potentially spanned multiple police districts and occurred over a period of years, connecting the cases required coordination between different investigative teams. In the 1990s, such coordination was more difficult than it would become with later development of integrated criminal databases and task force approaches to serial crime. The lesson learned from Fraser's case influenced how Australian police agencies structure their approach to suspected serial offenses, with faster information sharing and coordinated response protocols. For Rockhampton itself, the Fraser legacy was complex. The city had been permanently marked by his crimes, becoming nationally known as the home of a serial killer. This notoriety affected everything from property values to tourism to residents' sense of community pride. Rockhampton worked to reclaim its identity through community rebuilding efforts, memorial parks honoring Fraser's victims, and public education campaigns about violence prevention. The city refused to be defined solely by its darkest chapter, though residents acknowledged that Fraser's shadow would never completely fade. The memorial established for Fraser's victims became an important site for collective grieving and remembrance. Located in a peaceful section of parkland, the memorial features plaques for each confirmed victim, along with a general dedication to all missing persons whose fates remain unknown. Families visit regularly, leaving flowers and personal mementos. The memorial serves as a physical space where the community can acknowledge the reality of what happened while honoring the lives that were stolen. It stands as a permanent reminder that these were not just statistics or case numbers, but but real people, daughters, mothers, friends, whose absence created voids that can never be filled. Education initiatives emerged from the Fraser case, with schools and community organizations developing programs focused on personal safety, recognizing predatory behavior, and reporting suspicious activity. These programs walk a difficult line between empowering people with safety information and creating paranoid fear of strangers. The goal is to create informed vigilance without destroying the social trust that makes communities function. Young people learn Fraser's story not to terrify them, but to illustrate why certain safety practices matter and why community awareness serves as a form of collective protection. The legal precedents established through Fraser's trials continue to influence Australian criminal law. His case contributed to the development of jurisprudence around confession reliability, particularly regarding how courts should handle confessions from defendants who are demonstrated to have made false confessions in other cases. The principle that emerged, confessions must be independently corroborated by evidence that only the true perpetrator would know, strengthened the evidentiary standards required for convictions in cases lacking physical evidence. This protects both the integrity of convictions and the rights of accused persons. Fraser's case also influenced the development of victim impact statements in Australian courts. The powerful testimonies from Fraser's victims' families during sentencing phases demonstrated the importance of giving victims a voice in the judicial process. Subsequent legal reforms expanded opportunities for victims and their families to present impact statements, ensuring that courts consider the full human cost of crimes when determining appropriate sentences. This recognition that justice involves more than just determining guilt or innocence. It also requires acknowledging suffering and giving victims standing in the process, was partly driven by the emotional weight of the Fraser case. The unresolved questions surrounding Fraser's true victim count continue to haunt investigators. Every year, cold case units revisit the files of missing women from Fraser's active period, hoping that new forensic techniques or fresh witness recollections might provide the breakthrough that connects Fraser definitively to additional victims. These investigations are conducted with diminishing hope but unflagging determination, driven by the knowledge that families are still waiting for answers. Until every missing person from that era is accounted for, the possibility remains that Fraser took secrets to his grave. The Fraser case serves as a grim reminder of the darkest capabilities of human nature. Leonard Fraser was not a supernatural monster or an aberration beyond comprehension. He was a human being who chose, repeatedly and deliberately, to inflict suffering and death on other human beings for his own gratification. He possessed the intelligence to plan his crimes carefully and the emotional emptiness that allowed him to commit them without remorse. This combination, intelligence plus lack of empathy, creates the most dangerous type of predator, one who kills not from passion or psychosis but from cold calculation. Understanding predators like Fraser requires accepting uncomfortable truths about human nature. The capacity for evil exists within the normal human genome, not as something foreign or alien but as a potential dark path that some individuals travel. Fraser was raised in an ordinary family, attended ordinary schools, worked ordinary jobs. At any point, he could have chosen a different path. But whether through some combination of genetic predisposition, early trauma, neurological abnormality, or simply malign choice, he became a predator. Society's challenge is developing better methods to identify potential predators early, intervene effectively, and prevent the transformation of troubled individuals into killers. The economic cost of Fraser's crimes, while secondary to the human cost, was nonetheless substantial. The police investigations spanned years and involved hundreds of officers. The trials consumed significant court resources. The ongoing searches for missing victims require continued funding. Victim support services, counseling, and community recovery initiatives all carry price tags. When calculating the true cost of violent crime, these expenses must be considered alongside the incalculable human suffering. Fraser's crimes likely cost Queensland taxpayers tens of millions of dollars, resources that could have been directed to education, healthcare, or community development had Fraser been prevented from killing. The philosophical questions raised by Fraser's case resist easy answers. How should society balance the rights of convicted offenders against community safety? Fraser was released after 7 years for rape and went on to murder multiple people. Should he never have been released? Should any violent sexual offender be released if there's any risk of reoffense? But then where does the principle of rehabilitation fit in our justice system? If we assume that no one who commits violent crime can ever be released, we effectively abandon the ideal that people can change. Yet Fraser's case demonstrates that some people don't change, and the consequences of that misjudgment are measured in lives lost. The victims' families continue to live with the aftermath of Fraser's crimes daily. For them, there is no moving on, no closure, no return to normalcy. They have learned to carry their grief, to function despite the weight of loss, but the pain remains. Birthdays and holidays become exercises in endurance. The sight of something that reminds them of their lost loved one can trigger overwhelming emotion even decades later. They have become unwilling members of a club no one wants to join, those who have lost family members to murder. They support each other, share coping strategies, and work to honor their loved ones' memories by preventing similar tragedies. Leonard Fraser's story is not unique. Serial predators have existed throughout human history and across all societies. What makes his case particularly instructive is how thoroughly it has been documented and studied, providing insights that can inform future prevention efforts. Every aspect of his crimes, from victim selection to disposal methods to psychological profile, has been analyzed in excruciating detail. This knowledge base, purchased at terrible human cost, contributes to the collective understanding that helps law enforcement identify and stop future predators before they accumulate multiple victims. As years pass and Fraser's crimes recede into history, there's a danger they will be forgotten or reduced to mere statistics. This is why remembrance remains important. The victims, Kira Steinhardt, Sylvia Benedetti, Julie Turner, Beverly Lego, and possibly others whose names we may never know, were real people with dreams, fears, relationships, and futures that were stolen from them. They deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived, who mattered, whose absence created irreplaceable voids in the lives of those who loved them. The ultimate legacy of Leonard Fraser's crimes is a complicated mix of tragedy, cautionary lessons, and incremental progress in how society protects vulnerable members and responds to predatory violence. His victims cannot be brought back. The suffering he caused cannot be undone. But their stories, told with respect and care, can contribute to creating a world where future predators are identified earlier, where vulnerable populations receive better protection, where families of missing persons receive more support, and where justice, though always imperfect, becomes more effective at preventing the kind of serial predation that Fraser represented. Tonight, we've walked through the darkness of Leonard Fraser's crimes, not to glorify evil or sensationalize suffering, but to remember, to honor those who were taken too soon, to acknowledge the families still living with loss, to understand how a predator operates in plain sight, and perhaps, in some small way, to ensure that the lessons learned from this horror might help prevent similar tragedies in the future. The monster is gone, but the echoes of his crimes remind us that evil is not abstract or distant. It walks among us, sometimes wearing the most ordinary faces, waiting for vulnerability to exploit. Our best defense is awareness, community vigilance, and the determination never to forget those who were lost. The story of Leonard Fraser is complete. The man is dead, but the work continues, searching for missing victims, supporting grieving families, studying the patterns that create predators, and building systems that better protect the vulnerable. In this ongoing work lies the only meaningful response to the horror Fraser represented: the commitment to create a world where such monsters find fewer opportunities to hunt, and where their victims, should the worst happen, are never forgotten. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Poison Mother, the story of Martha Needle. There are women who cradle life into existence, and then there are women who cradle death in a teaspoon. She moved through Melbourne's grimy streets like a shadow draped in widow's black, her fingers perpetually stained with the residue of good intentions gone monstrous. Martha Needle didn't wield knives or pistols. She didn't strangle or bludgeon. No, her weapon was far more insidious, far more cruel. It dissolved invisibly into tea, into medicine, into the very acts of care that bind families together. While her neighbors gossiped over garden fences and her victims writhed in agony behind locked doors, Martha administered death with the tender precision of a nurse. But this wasn't mercy. This was something far darker, a methodical, calculated annihilation of everyone foolish enough to love her. Between 1885 and 1894, this seemingly respectable woman transformed her home into an abattoir of slow suffering, where husbands convulsed, daughters vomited blood, and an entire family line was systematically erased. The Victorian era called her a monster. History remembers her as one of Australia's most prolific female serial killers. But the truth is far more horrifying than any label could capture. Because Martha Needle didn't just kill. She performed. She grieved publicly while privately measuring out the next fatal dose. She accepted condolences while calculating her next victim. And when suspicion finally circled her like vultures over carrion, the body count had already climbed so high that investigators could barely comprehend the scope of her brutality. This is the story of a woman who weaponized domesticity itself, who turned the sanctuary of home into a killing floor and maternal affection into the deadliest con ever played. Welcome to the nightmare of Martha Needle, the poison mother who made widowhood her profession and murder her most intimate act. Melbourne in the 1880s reeked of industrial ambition and human desperation. Factory smoke choked the sky into a perpetual gray, while the Yarra River carried the filth of a city growing faster than its infrastructure could manage. Into this world of suffocating poverty and rigid Victorian morality, Martha Needle existed as an unremarkable woman. Plain-faced, quiet-spoken, the kind of person who could disappear into a crowd and leave no impression whatsoever. But unremarkable people, history has taught us, often harbor the most remarkable darkness. Born Martha Haberfield in 1863, she entered a world that offered women precisely two respectable paths: marriage or destitution. There was no middle ground, no escape hatch from the crushing expectations of feminine duty. A woman's worth was measured in her ability to produce children, maintain a household, and remain decorously silent while men decided the trajectory of civilization. For most women, this cage was simply reality. For Martha, it would become a hunting ground. Her early years remained frustratingly opaque, as if even her childhood recognized the futility of documentation. What we know is this: she was poor, educated just enough to read and write, and possessed a peculiar talent for appearing helpless while maneuvering others into positions of vulnerability. By 18, she had secured marriage to Henry Needle, a laborer whose prospects were as dim as the coal dust that permanently blackened his fingernails. He was neither wealthy nor particularly intelligent, but he was employed, and in the brutal mathematics of Victorian survival, that was calculation enough. Their wedding was performed in a small chapel that smelled of mildew and broken promises. Martha wore borrowed lace and smiled the smile of a woman who had just secured her first meaningful possession: social legitimacy. Henry, for his part, believed he had married a quiet, dutiful girl who would bear his children and keep his home. He was half right. She would indeed bear children. But duty, in Martha's understanding, had nothing to do with devotion and everything to do with control. The Needle household settled into a grim tenement in South Melbourne, where walls wept with condensation and rats conducted symphonies in the spaces between floors. Henry worked brutal hours at the foundry, returning home each evening coated in sweat and industrial grime, too exhausted for conversation, too beaten down for affection. Martha kept house with mechanical efficiency, cooking, cleaning, mending, all while nursing a resentment that grew like black mold in damp corners. Then came the children. First, a daughter named Elsie, born screaming into a world that had no particular use for girls. Then May, quieter, more fragile, with her father's weak constitution and her mother's calculating eyes. Finally, Mabel, the baby, who arrived during a winter so cold that ice formed on the inside of their windows. 3 daughters, 3 mouths to feed, 3 futures that would be determined entirely by their ability to attract husbands slightly less miserable than their father. But something was shifting behind Martha's placid exterior. Neighbors later recalled how she began to complain, quietly at first, then with increasing bitterness, about the burden of motherhood, about Henry's insufficient wages, about the grinding, relentless poverty that turned each day into an exercise in mere survival. She spoke often of death, they remembered, not with fear, but with a strange clinical curiosity. How quickly did people die from various illnesses? What did pain look like when it reached its crescendo? Could suffering be measured, quantified, controlled? These weren't the musings of a depressed housewife. They were reconnaissance. The transformation began so gradually that no one noticed. Martha started spending what little spare coin she could scrape together at the chemist's shop, purchasing arsenic ostensibly for rat control. And rats there certainly were. The tenements teemed with them, bold creatures that would steal food from plates and nest in baby cradles given half a chance. No one questioned a housewife's need for poison. It was as common a household item as flour or soap. The chemist logged her purchases with the bored efficiency of a man who sold the same lethal substance a dozen times daily. But Martha wasn't interested in rats. Henry Needle had never been a particularly robust man, but in early 1889, his health began a steep, inexplicable decline. It started with stomach complaints, nothing unusual for a man who worked in toxic fumes and ate cheap, questionable food. Nausea, cramping, a persistent burning sensation that made eating agony. Martha played the concerned wife with Oscar-worthy conviction. She prepared special broths, administered home remedies, sat vigil by his bedside while he thrashed in sweat-soaked sheets. The doctor, when finally summoned, diagnosed gastritis complicated by industrial exposure. Treatment consisted of rest and bland food, neither of which Henry could afford. He continued working because starvation was a more immediate threat than mysterious stomach pains. And all the while, Martha's tender ministrations continued. Tea with honey, medicinal tonics, beef broths that tasted faintly metallic but which she insisted would restore his strength. Henry Needle died on April 4, 1889, after 3 months of escalating agony. His final hours were a symphony of suffering, violent vomiting that brought up bile streaked with blood, convulsions that arched his spine nearly to breaking, a burning thirst that no amount of water could satisfy. He died believing he had simply succumbed to the same industrial diseases that claimed so many working men. The doctor certified gastroenteritis as the cause of death. Martha wept appropriately at the funeral, dressed in widow's black that she would wear like armor for years to come. She had just committed the perfect murder. The insurance payout was modest, barely enough to cover burial expenses and a few months' rent, but it was more money than Martha had ever controlled in her life. More importantly, it was a revelation. Henry's death had been remarkably easy to orchestrate, disturbingly simple to disguise, and perversely satisfying to execute. She had held his life in her hands like a pocket watch, winding it down second by agonizing second. The power was intoxicating. But 3 young daughters presented both a financial burden and a logistical problem. Martha needed income, which meant she needed to remarry or find work, neither appealing options. Her daughters, particularly Elsie, the eldest at just 8 years old, were beginning to exhibit personalities, to make demands, to require attention that Martha increasingly resented. Children were expensive. Children asked questions. Children were witnesses. So Martha made a calculation that would cement her place in the annals of human monstrosity. If 1 death could solve problems, what about 2? What about 3? The method had proven effective. The substance was easily obtained. And Victorian medicine, with its primitive understanding of toxicology and its reluctance to question natural deaths, provided the perfect camouflage. All Martha needed was patience and the cold, reptilian calculation to kill her own children. Elsie was the first daughter to fall ill. It began with complaints of stomach pain, which Martha treated with the same tender efficiency she had shown Henry. Special teas, medicinal compounds, constant, suffocating attention that prevented the child from seeking help elsewhere. The 8-year-old grew weaker by the day, her small body racked with pain that made her cry out in the night. Neighbors heard the screams but attributed them to childhood illness. Scarlet fever, perhaps, or one of the dozen other diseases that routinely killed Victorian children. Martha let the process take weeks. There was no rush, and prolonging the suffering seemed to provide some perverse satisfaction. She documented Elsie's decline with the detachment of a scientist observing an experiment. Reduced appetite, persistent vomiting, hair beginning to fall out in clumps, fingernails developing the distinctive white bands that would later become known as mise-lines, a hallmark of arsenic poisoning. When Elsie Needle died on November 3, 1889, just 7 months after her father, the attending physician certified acute gastritis. No autopsy was performed. No questions were raised. The child was buried in a pauper's grave, and Martha collected another insurance payout. She had insured all 3 daughters for modest amounts, a common practice in an era when childhood mortality was so high that betting on your children's deaths was considered prudent financial planning rather than ghoulish speculation. 2 down. But Martha wasn't finished. Not even close. May and Mabel, the 2 surviving daughters, must have sensed something was profoundly wrong. Children possess an instinct for danger that adults rationalize away, and these girls were now living alone with a woman who had systematically poisoned their father and sister. But they were trapped by age, by economics, by the absolute authority Victorian society granted parents over their children. They had nowhere to run. No one who would believe them even if they found the words to articulate their terror. May was next. The pattern repeated with mechanical precision. Mysterious illness, loving care from mother, gradual deterioration, agonizing death. May lasted longer than Elsie. Nearly 2 months of progressively worsening symptoms that turned her from a lively child into a skeletal wraith who could barely lift her head from the pillow. She died on October 12, 1890, aged just 6 years old. The cause of death: chronic gastritis. 3 members of the Needle family dead in 18 months, all from remarkably similar symptoms. And still, no one questioned. No one investigated. No one thought to look at the common denominator standing at each deathbed, dressed in black, weeping crocodile tears, and counting insurance money. Only Mabel remained, the youngest, barely 4 years old, too young to understand that her mother was systematically erasing their family. Too young to know that her turn was inevitable. But Martha paused. Perhaps some vestigial maternal instinct flickered briefly to life. Perhaps keeping 1 child alive provided better cover for her widow act. Or perhaps she simply recognized that killing all her children too quickly would eventually attract suspicion. Whatever the reason, Mabel was granted a temporary reprieve. Instead, Martha turned her attention elsewhere, because by late 1890, she had discovered something crucial about her own psychology. She didn't just kill out of necessity or financial desperation. She killed because she enjoyed it. The power, the control, the intimate knowledge that she alone determined who would live and who would die, these sensations had become addictive. She was no longer a desperate widow eliminating burdens. She had evolved into something far more dangerous. A serial killer who had perfected her method and was actively seeking new victims. The question wasn't if Martha would kill again. The question was simply, who would be next? South Melbourne in 1891 was a place where widows outnumbered wives, where death was such a constant companion that mourning dress had become almost a uniform for women of a certain age. Martha Needle navigated this landscape of grief with the expertise of a con artist working a familiar game. She wore her widow's weeds like credentials, advertising both her availability and her supposed vulnerability. Men, she had learned, were surprisingly easy to manipulate when presented with a woman who appeared simultaneously tragic and domestic. Her target was Otto Juncken, a German immigrant who worked as a carpenter and maintained a small workshop in Collingwood. Otto was everything Henry Needle had not been. Financially stable, reasonably intelligent, and possessed of genuine warmth that hadn't yet been beaten out of him by Melbourne's brutal economy. He was also lonely, widowed himself several years prior, and susceptible to Martha's carefully calibrated performance of helpless femininity. Their courtship was brief and transactional. Otto needed a housekeeper and companion. Martha needed financial security and, more importantly, a new hunting ground. They married in a quiet ceremony in March 1891, with young Mabel serving as the only witness to her mother's second venture into matrimony. If the child harbored any fears about acquiring a stepfather, she kept them locked behind eyes that had already seen too much death for her few years on Earth. The Junkin household should have been a fresh start. Otto's home was substantially better than the tenement Martha had occupied with Henry, a proper cottage with separate rooms, glass windows that closed properly, and a small garden where vegetables grew in neat, orderly rows. Otto himself was kind to Mabel, treating his new stepdaughter with a gentle patience that suggested he might actually have made a decent father given the chance. But Martha viewed his kindness as weakness, and his stability as something to be exploited and ultimately destroyed. She resumed her visits to the chemist almost immediately after the wedding. More arsenic, always accompanied by complaints about vermin. The chemist, a different man from her previous supplier, logged the purchases without suspicion. Mrs. Junkin was a respectable married woman with a visible need for pest control. There was nothing unusual about her transactions. For several months, Martha simply observed. She cooked Otto's meals, mended his clothes, maintained his household, all while mentally cataloging his routines, his habits, his vulnerabilities. She was a predator studying her prey, learning the patterns that would eventually facilitate the kill. Otto mistook her attention for affection. He told co-workers that he had found a good woman, a devoted wife who made his house a home. He had no idea he was living with a creature for whom human life held no more value than the rats she claimed to be poisoning. But Martha was cautious now. 3 deaths in rapid succession had gone unnoticed, but she possessed enough cunning to recognize that another immediate death might finally provoke questions. So she waited. Months became a year. Otto remained healthy, blissfully unaware that his continued existence was merely a strategic decision rather than any genuine mercy. During this period, Martha made a discovery that would shape the next phase of her killing career. She didn't need to be married to her victims. Proximity was enough. Access was enough. The appearance of care and concern was enough. Otto had family in Melbourne. A brother named Louis Junkin, his wife, and their young son. They were friendly, social people who welcomed Martha into their circle with the open-hearted acceptance of immigrants who understood the value of extended family networks. Louis worked alongside Otto at the carpentry workshop. His wife, whose name the historical record has frustratingly obscured, maintained their home with the same exhausting diligence that characterized most working-class women's lives. Their son was a bright-eyed boy of about 6, full of the manic energy that makes children simultaneously delightful and exhausting. Martha volunteered to help with childcare when Louis's wife fell ill with influenza, a genuine illness, one of the many non-lethal diseases that regularly swept through overcrowded working-class neighborhoods. It was a generous offer from a seemingly devoted family member. No one thought to question her motives when she showed up with food, with offers to watch the boy, with that particular brand of insistent helpfulness that makes refusal seem ungrateful. The boy died first. It happened over the course of a week, his symptoms mirroring exactly the progression Martha had perfected with her own daughters. Stomach pain, violent vomiting, progressive weakness, and finally convulsions that left him arched in agony before death came as a grotesque mercy. The doctor diagnosed gastric fever, a catch-all Victorian term for any digestive system failure that didn't present obviously as cholera or typhoid. Louis and his wife were devastated. Martha played the role of grieving aunt with conviction, attending the funeral, offering condolences, bringing food to the mourning household. She was the picture of familial devotion, so much so that when Louis's wife began experiencing similar symptoms several weeks later, no one hesitated to accept Martha's offer to nurse her through the illness. The woman died slowly, over the course of a month, in increasingly horrific agony. Her hair fell out. Her skin took on the grayish pallor characteristic of heavy metal poisoning. She experienced hallucinations, crying out about demons and shadows that no one else could see. Victorian doctors attributed these symptoms to brain fever, that wonderfully vague diagnosis that covered everything from meningitis to advanced syphilis. Martha sat at her bedside throughout, spooning fatal broths past cracked lips, administering poisoned medicines, all while wearing the expression of Christian charity. When the woman finally died in November 1892, Louis Junkin was a broken man. He had lost his son and his wife within months of each other, his grief so profound that it manifested physically. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping, moved through his days like a ghost already halfway to the afterlife. Otto and Martha took him in, a gesture that appeared generous but was, in reality, strategic. Because Martha wasn't finished with the Junkin family. Not remotely. Louis himself would be dead within 3 months. His body found in the cottage he shared with his brother and sister-in-law. His corpse exhibiting all the telltale signs of arsenic poisoning that Victorian medical examiners had not yet learned to recognize. The official cause: gastric inflammation complicated by grief. No autopsy, no investigation. Just another funeral, another insurance claim, another victim erased from the ledger of the living. 3 more deaths, 6 total in just over 3 years. And Martha was just getting started. Because Otto, patient, kind, oblivious Otto, was about to learn that his marriage had been nothing more than an extended death sentence. His turn had finally arrived. It began in early 1893 with complaints that his food tasted strange, metallic. Martha assured him it was the cheap cuts of meat they could afford, the questionable quality of market vegetables. She prepared special meals to soothe his troubled stomach, each one laced with carefully measured doses of arsenic. Not enough to kill quickly. She had learned that rapid deaths invited scrutiny, but sufficient to ensure progressive, inevitable deterioration. Otto's decline was textbook Martha Needle. He continued working for weeks despite increasing illness, believing himself merely worn down by labor and perhaps catching whatever epidemic was currently circulating through the workshops. His hands began to tremble, his vision blurred. The burning sensation in his stomach became so intense that he could barely eat. Yet the less he ate, the more Martha insisted he needed nourishment. She force-fed him broths and medicines that only accelerated his descent into agony. His co-workers noticed the change. Otto Junkin had been a robust man, strong from years of physical labor. Now he was gaunt, shaking, his skin taking on that distinctive gray-yellow tinge that should have screamed poison to anyone with eyes to see. But this was Victorian Melbourne, where industrial diseases and mysterious illnesses killed working men with such regularity that one more dying carpenter barely registered. The final 2 weeks of Otto's life were pure horror. He experienced convulsions so violent that Martha had to tie him to the bed to prevent injury. His vomit contained blood and what appeared to be pieces of his own stomach lining. He hallucinated, crying out for his first wife, begging God for mercy, accusing Martha of poisoning him in moments of clarity that she dismissed as fever-induced delirium. And through it all, Martha maintained her vigil. She applied cool cloths to his forehead. She held a cup to his lips. She performed every gesture of wifely devotion while methodically ensuring his suffering continued until the very end. When Otto Junkin finally died on October 4, 1893, the attending physician certified acute gastritis as the cause. Martha collected his modest life insurance and began making plans for her next move. 7 dead, all killed by the same method, all dying in essentially the same way. And still, somehow, impossibly, no one connected the obvious dots. But cracks were beginning to form in Martha's perfect facade. Neighbors had started talking, not loudly, not openly, but in those whispered conversations that happen over back fences and in market queues. Wasn't it strange how everyone connected to Martha Needle seemed to develop fatal stomach complaints? Wasn't it odd how she always played the devoted nurse while her patients only grew worse? The coincidences were stacking up like bodies, reaching a height that even willful ignorance couldn't entirely overlook. Martha sensed the shifting winds of suspicion. She needed to change tactics to create distance between herself and the next victim, to establish an alibi of sorts. So she turned her attention to a relationship that appeared entirely innocent, completely removed from the pattern that was beginning to emerge. Her friendship with the Richmond family who lived several streets away. Herman Richmond was a warehouse worker, married to a woman named Anne, and together they were raising 3 children in the same grinding poverty that characterized most of working-class Melbourne. Martha had befriended and through church, one of the few social venues available to respectable women, and had gradually insinuated herself into the family's life. She visited frequently, brought small gifts for the children, offered to help with household tasks when Anne was overwhelmed. The Richmonds saw Martha as a tragic figure deserving of charity, a widow who had buried 2 husbands and most of her family, alone in the world except for young Mabel. They had no idea they were inviting death itself into their home, offering tea and sympathy to a serial killer who was already calculating which of them would die first. And Richmond fell ill in early 1894. The symptoms were familiar now: stomach pain, nausea, progressive weakness. Martha immediately volunteered to help nurse her friend, showing up daily with foods and medicines that she claimed would aid recovery. Herman Richmond, working long hours at the warehouse, was grateful for the assistance. The children, ranging from 4 to 10 years old, were kept away from their sick mother. For fear of contagion, Martha insisted, though the real reason was to minimize witnesses to her methodical poisoning, and died on March 2, 1894, after 6 weeks of escalating agony. The doctor's certificate read gastric fever. Herman Richmond was left with 3 young children and no means to care for them while working full-time. Martha, ever helpful, offered to take the children temporarily, just until Herman could make other arrangements. The children moved into Martha's cottage with Mabel, who by this point was 10 years old and had witnessed more death than most soldiers. If Mabel harbored suspicions about her mother's involvement in the series of tragedies that seemed to follow them like a malevolent shadow, she kept them silent. Speaking up would have been futile. Who would believe a child's accusations against her own mother? And more pragmatically, where would she go if Martha were removed? The workhouse? The streets? Sometimes survival meant complicity, even when the alternative was unconscionable. But Martha had finally made a critical error. Taking in the Richmond children expanded her household in a way that attracted attention. Neighbors noticed the sudden influx of young mouths to feed. Social workers, those new Victorian innovations designed to monitor the poor, began making inquiries about the arrangements. And most damning of all, Martha's behavior around the Richmond children lacked the careful pretense she had maintained with her own victims. She was tired of the game, tired of the slow, methodical process, tired of pretending to care while administering death. The mask was slipping, and the monster beneath was becoming visible to anyone paying attention. When the eldest Richmond child, a girl named Emma, began showing signs of illness within weeks of arriving at Martha's home, even the most willfully blind neighbors couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. Emma's symptoms were textbook arsenic poisoning. The vomiting, the abdominal pain, the peculiar metallic taste she complained about. But more importantly, she talked. She told neighbors that Mrs. Needle's food tasted wrong. She said she didn't want to eat what Martha prepared. She begged to go home to her father. Herman Richmond, finally alerted to the situation, arrived at Martha's cottage to retrieve his children. What he found there defied comprehension. Emma gravely ill, the other children showing early symptoms of poisoning, and Martha insisting with increasing shrillness that she was only trying to help, that the children were simply suffering from the same mysterious ailment that had taken their mother. But Herman Richmond wasn't Otto Junkin or Louis Junkin or any of the other men who had been too trusting, too grateful, too blind to see the predator wearing widow's weeds. He removed his children immediately and went directly to the police with accusations that would finally, after nearly a decade of killing, bring Martha Needle's reign of terror to an end. The investigation that followed would uncover a body count so extensive, a methodology so calculated, and a psychology so alien to normal human experience that Martha Needle would become a case study in the mechanics of female serial killers. A cautionary tale about the monsters who hide behind maternal facades and weaponize the very acts of care that civilized society depends upon. The Richmond children were removed from Martha's cottage on April 10, 1894, and taken directly to Melbourne Hospital for examination. What doctors found confirmed Herman Richmond's darkest suspicions. All 3 children exhibited signs of systematic poisoning. Emma, the eldest, was gravely ill with symptoms that precisely matched arsenic toxicity. The younger children showed early-stage exposure, enough to cause significant distress but not yet life-threatening if treatment began immediately. The attending physician, Dr. Thomas Crawford, was a man of unusual thoroughness for his era. Unlike many of his colleagues who accepted gastric distress as an unfortunate but commonplace occurrence, Crawford possessed both curiosity and recently acquired knowledge about toxicology. He had attended lectures on poison detection, had read the emerging literature on heavy metal poisoning, and most importantly, he recognized the distinctive pattern of symptoms that characterized arsenic's methodical destruction of the human body. He contacted the police immediately. Detective Inspector Frederick Piggott was assigned to investigate the allegations against Martha Needle. Piggott was a career policeman who had worked Melbourne's roughest neighborhoods for 2 decades, encountering every variety of human depravity the city had to offer. But even his extensive experience with murder, assault, and various forms of mayhem hadn't prepared him for what he would uncover in this case. Because Martha Needle's crimes violated something more fundamental than law. They attacked the basic trust that holds families and communities together. She had weaponized care itself, transforming maternal nurturing into systematic extermination. Piggott began with the obvious question. If Martha Needle had poisoned the Richmond children, who else had she poisoned? He started pulling death certificates, interviewing neighbors, reconstructing the timeline of mortality that surrounded this unremarkable woman like a toxic cloud. What emerged was staggering. 8 deaths could be directly connected to Martha Needle's household or immediate circle. Her first husband Henry, her 3 daughters Elsie, May, and Mabel. Wait, Mabel was still alive. Piggott made a note to ensure the child was immediately removed to safety and examined by physicians. Then there was her second husband Otto Junkin, his brother Louis, Louis's wife and son, and most recently in Richmond. 8 deaths, all presenting with similar symptoms, all occurring within a 9-year span, all involving people who had been under Martha's direct care when they fell ill. But the detective recognized that this was likely just the visible portion of a much larger horror. How many others had Martha poisoned who didn't die? How many near victims had recovered despite her efforts? How many attempts had she made before perfecting her lethal methodology? The exhumation orders came swiftly. Victorian burial practices, which typically involved graves in perpetually damp soil, actually aided the investigation. Arsenic, unlike organic poisons that degraded over time, remained detectable in human tissue for years after death, particularly in hair, nails, and bone. The bodies of Henry Needle, Elsie Needle, and Otto Junkin were disinterred and submitted for toxicological analysis using the Marsh test, a relatively new but highly reliable method for detecting arsenic in tissue samples. The results were damning. Every body contained lethal concentrations of arsenic. Henry Needle's remains showed particularly high levels, suggesting he had been dosed repeatedly over an extended period. Elsie's small body contained enough arsenic to have killed an adult twice her size. Otto Junkin's tissues revealed a pattern of progressive accumulation consistent with chronic poisoning over several months. The other graves couldn't be located or were too degraded for testing, but the pattern was clear enough. Martha Needle had been systematically poisoning everyone close to her for the better part of a decade, and Victorian medicine's limitations had provided perfect camouflage for her crimes. Piggott arrested Martha on April 27, 1894. She was in her cottage when police arrived, calmly preparing dinner as if she hadn't just been caught in the midst of a killing spree that rivaled any in Australian history. The detective later described her demeanor as unervingly placid, as though we were discussing nothing more significant than the weather. When informed of the charges, multiple counts of murder by arsenic poisoning, Martha's response was remarkable for its calculation rather than emotion. She didn't protest innocence. She didn't break down in tears or hysteria as might be expected from a woman accused of murdering her own children. Instead, she simply asked, "How much arsenic are you claiming I used?" It was a strange question, one that revealed more about Martha's psychology than any confession could have. She wasn't denying the poisonings. She was questioning the methodology, the dosage, the technical details of her own crimes. It suggested a mind that viewed murder as a practical problem to be solved efficiently rather than a moral transgression requiring justification. The subsequent search of Martha's cottage yielded a treasure trove of evidence. Police found multiple bottles of arsenic hidden in various locations, under floorboards, in hat boxes, sewn into the lining of Martha's coat. A ledger in which Martha had meticulously recorded purchases of arsenic over several years, ostensibly to track expenditures but functionally creating a diary of premeditation. letters to insurance companies claiming benefits on deceased family members, a collection of death certificates, filed away with the same organizational care most people reserved for important financial documents, prescription medicine bottles that, when tested, contained arsenic mixed with innocuous compounds, the medicines she had used to poison her victims under the guise of treatment. But perhaps most chilling was what police found in Martha's bedroom, a scrapbook containing newspaper clippings about deaths, obituaries, and articles about poison cases. She had been studying her craft, learning from others' mistakes, refining her technique with the dedication of a scholar. This wasn't impulsive murder born of passion or desperation. This was systematic, calculated killing performed by someone who approached death as an intellectual exercise. The trial of Martha Needle began on October 15, 1894, in the Supreme Court of Victoria. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity. This was the most sensational murder case Melbourne had seen in decades, perhaps ever. A woman who had killed her own children, her husbands, her extended family, all while maintaining the appearance of devoted caregiver? It defied every Victorian assumption about feminine nature, maternal instinct, and the sanctity of the domestic sphere. The prosecution was led by Crown Prosecutor Charles Curran, who recognized that the case's very outrageousness could work against him. Juries were reluctant to believe that women, particularly mothers, were capable of such sustained brutality. He would need to present overwhelming evidence, demonstrate clear motive, and most importantly, explain how a seemingly ordinary housewife had become one of the most prolific killers in Australian history. Curran's strategy was methodical. He called the toxicologists who had analyzed the exhumed bodies, walking the jury through the scientific evidence in language stripped of technical jargon. He presented the chemist's records documenting Martha's arsenic purchases, establishing opportunity. He called Herman Richmond to describe how his children had fallen ill under Martha's care, establishing pattern. And he called Dr. Crawford, who explained in precise medical terms how arsenic destroys the human body, the burning stomach pain, the violent vomiting, the convulsions, the hallucinations, and finally the agonizing death. But Curran's most effective witnesses were the survivors. The Richmond children, particularly Emma, testified about the food Martha had fed them, the medicine she had administered, and how they had been forbidden from eating anything not prepared by Mrs. Needle's own hands. Emma described the metallic taste, the burning sensation, the pain that had felt like her stomach was being eaten from the inside. Her testimony was devastating, all the more so because this 10-year-old girl delivered it with the haunted, exhausted demeanor of someone far older. Then came Mabel Needle, now 11 years old, called to testify against her own mother. The courtroom fell into absolute silence as this small, thin girl took the stand. She had lived through the murders of her father and two sisters. She had watched her mother marry again, only to orchestrate another series of deaths. She had survived only through sheer chance, or perhaps because Martha had recognized that keeping one child alive provided better cover than eliminating them all. Mabel's testimony was brief but damning. Yes, her father and sisters had all fallen ill after eating food prepared by her mother. Yes, her mother had purchased rat poison regularly despite their homes never having a visible rat problem. Yes, she had seen her mother adding powder to food and drinks, claiming it was medicine or seasoning. And yes, she had been terrified every single day that she would be next. The defense, led by Barrister William O'Connor, faced a nearly impossible task. The evidence was overwhelming, the pattern undeniable. His only strategy was to argue diminished capacity, that Martha had been driven insane by poverty, grief, and the grinding desperation of working-class existence. He painted her as a victim of circumstance, a woman broken by Victorian society's crushing demands on poor mothers, who had snapped under pressure no human should have to bear. It was an argument that might have resonated in a different case with different facts. Certainly, Victorian working-class women endured nightmarish conditions, grinding poverty, serial pregnancies, infant mortality, domestic violence, and zero legal recourse. Many did indeed snap under such pressure. But Martha Needle's crimes were too calculated, too methodical, too sustained over too many years to fit the profile of temporary insanity. O'Connor called alienists, the Victorian-era term for psychiatrists, who testified that Martha exhibited signs of moral insanity, a conveniently vague diagnosis applied to criminals whose actions seemed inexplicable through normal psychological frameworks. But these experts had spent minimal time with Martha, and their testimony carried the distinct odor of professional opinions purchased rather than scientifically derived. The prosecution's rebuttal was devastating. Curran demonstrated that Martha had been fully functional throughout her killing years, maintaining employment, managing finances, conducting social relationships, and most damningly, successfully deceiving doctors, neighbors, and family members for nearly a decade. This was not the behavior of someone whose grip on reality had failed. This was the behavior of someone who understood exactly what she was doing and had calculated that the benefits outweighed the risks. Then Curran revealed something that sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Martha had increased the life insurance policies on her victims just weeks before they fell ill. She had forged Otto Junken's signature on a policy application 3 weeks before his symptoms began. She had taken out additional coverage on and Richmond Mere days before the woman started experiencing stomach pains. This wasn't madness. This was premeditation at its most cold-blooded. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. When they returned, the foreman's voice was steady as he delivered the verdict. Guilty on all counts of murder. The courtroom erupted in a cacophony of gasps, shouts, and at least one woman fainting in the gallery. Martha Needle stood in the dock utterly motionless, her face registering no emotion whatsoever. Not shock, not fear, not remorse. She simply stood there, as blank and unrevealing as a wax figure. The judge, Justice William A. Beckett, was known as a stern but fair jurist who had presided over hundreds of criminal cases during his distinguished career. But even he seemed unsettled as he prepared to pass sentence. His remarks from the bench were recorded by court stenographers and later published in newspapers across Australia. Martha Needle, you have been found guilty of crimes so heinous, so utterly devoid of human compassion, that this court struggles to find adequate words to characterize your depravity. You murdered your own husband, a man who trusted you completely. You murdered your own children, innocents who looked to you for protection and received instead systematic poisoning. You murdered members of your extended family, friends, and acquaintances, all while wearing the mask of devoted caregiver. You transformed the most sacred bonds of human society, marriage, motherhood, friendship, into hunting grounds for your murderous appetites. The law provides only one sentence for such crimes. He placed the black cap on his head, the traditional symbol that a death sentence was about to be pronounced. Martha Needle, you are hereby sentenced to death by hanging. May God have mercy on your soul, for this court can find no earthly reason to extend you any. The execution date was set for December 22nd, 1894. Martha was transferred to Melbourne Jail, a grim stone fortress that had housed Australia's most notorious criminals since the 1840s. She was placed in the female ward, kept isolated from other prisoners due to the sensational nature of her crimes and legitimate fears that other inmates might attempt vigilante justice. Prison officials noted that Martha adapted to incarceration with the same eerie calm she had displayed throughout her trial. She ate when fed, slept when lights were dimmed, spoke when spoken to, but volunteered nothing. She showed no interest in religious counseling, despite repeated visits from the prison chaplain. She wrote no letters, received no visitors except her court-appointed legal advisor, and spent her days staring at the stone walls of her cell with eyes that revealed nothing of whatever thoughts churned behind them. As the execution date approached, public interest in the case reached fever pitch. Martha Needle had become a symbol, though what exactly she symbolized depended entirely on one's perspective. To some, she represented the monstrous potential that lurked within feminine domesticity, proof that women were capable of evil just as profound as any male criminal. To others, particularly early feminists, she was an uncomfortable reminder that gender equality included acknowledging women's capacity for violence. And to the general public, she was simply a monster, something that needed to be destroyed to restore order to a universe she had briefly but dramatically disrupted. The night before her execution, Martha finally requested a meeting with Detective Piggott. The detective, curious about what she might reveal in her final hours, agreed. Their conversation, documented in Pigot's personal notes, provided the only real glimpse into Martha Needle's psychology that history would receive. Pigot asked the obvious question: why? Why had she killed so many people, including her own children? Martha's response, delivered in the same flat, affectless tone she had maintained throughout, was chilling in its banality. They were burdens, all of them. Henry couldn't provide adequately. The children were expensive, demanding, exhausting. The Junkins were opportunities, insurance money, property. The Richmonds were simply available. I don't expect you to understand. People like you believe life has intrinsic value. I never saw it that way. People were problems to be solved or resources to be exploited. Nothing more. Pigot pressed further. Did she feel any remorse? Any regret for the pain she had caused? Regret. Martha laughed. The first genuine emotion anyone had witnessed from her in months. I regret being caught. I regret not being more careful with the Richmond children. I regret that I'll hang tomorrow instead of living free. But remorse for the dead? No. Why would I feel remorse? They felt pain, certainly, but pain is temporary. Death is simply cessation. I merely hastened an inevitable process. It was the confession of a true psychopath, someone utterly incapable of empathy, someone who viewed other human beings as objects rather than subjects, someone for whom morality was simply an inconvenient social construct rather than an internal compass. Martha Needle hadn't killed despite being a mother and wife. She had used motherhood and wifehood as vehicles for killing, recognizing that these roles provided perfect camouflage for predatory behavior. Pigot left the meeting deeply shaken. He had encountered many killers during his career, but Martha Needle was uniquely disturbing because she represented something law enforcement was only beginning to understand. The serial killer who murdered not from passion or obvious insanity, but from a cold, calculated assessment that killing solved problems and provided benefits that outweighed the risks. On December 22, 1894, at precisely 8 a.m., Martha Needle was led from her cell to the execution yard at Melbourne Jail. A small crowd of official witnesses had gathered: prison administrators, legal officials, journalists, and the mandatory doctor who would certify death. Public executions had been abolished years earlier, but word had leaked about the timing, and a crowd estimated at over 2,000 gathered outside the prison walls, waiting to hear the bell that would signal the hanging had been carried out. Martha walked to the gallows with steady steps, refusing the hood offered to cover her face. She wanted to see, she insisted, though what exactly she hoped to observe in her final moments remained unknown. The executioner, a professional brought in from Sydney for the occasion, positioned her on the trapdoor with efficient, practiced movements. The noose was placed around her neck, adjusted for proper drop length to ensure a quick death through neck fracture rather than slow strangulation. The prison chaplain made one final attempt at spiritual intervention, asking if Martha wished to make any final statement or prayer. She declined with a slight shake of her head. At 8:03 a.m., the lever was pulled. The trapdoor opened. Martha Needle dropped through the opening, the rope snapping taut with a sound witnesses described as sickeningly final. The doctor confirmed death within minutes. The drop had been properly calculated, and Martha's neck had broken cleanly. Her body was left hanging for the prescribed hour before being cut down and prepared for burial within the prison grounds, as was standard practice for executed criminals. The bell tolled. Outside the prison walls, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Inside, officials began the process of documenting the execution and closing the books on one of the most disturbing criminal cases in Australian history. Martha Needle was dead at age 31, having murdered at least 8 people and possibly many more whose deaths had gone undetected or unconnected to her systematic poisoning campaign. But her death, while providing legal closure, left countless questions unanswered. How many others had she poisoned who survived? How many deaths attributed to natural causes in the 1880s and early 1890s were actually Martha's handiwork? Had she killed anyone before Henry Needle, perfecting her technique on victims whose connection to her was never established? And most disturbingly, how many other Martha Needles existed in Victorian society, hidden behind respectable facades, slowly poisoning their way through families and communities, while medicine and law enforcement remained too primitive to detect their crimes? The execution of Martha Needle did not end her story. It merely transformed it from criminal case to cultural phenomenon. In the days and weeks following her death, newspapers across Australia and eventually the wider English-speaking world published detailed accounts of her crimes, each adding layers of speculation, moralizing, and sensationalism to the established facts. She became, almost overnight, a symbol of feminine monstrosity that would haunt the Victorian imagination for decades. But beneath the sensationalism, Martha Needle's case prompted serious questions about domestic violence, the vulnerability of family members to poisoning, and the limitations of medical and legal systems in detecting serial killers who operated within the home. Her crimes forced Victorian society to confront an uncomfortable truth. The domestic sphere, traditionally idealized as a sanctuary of moral virtue and feminine care, could also serve as a perfect killing ground for predators who understood how to weaponize trust and intimacy. The immediate aftermath focused on victims and survivors. Mabel Needle, now an 11-year-old orphan whose mother had murdered her father and sisters before being hanged for serial murder, faced an impossible future. She was placed in an orphanage, her identity carefully obscured to protect her from the stigma of Martha's crimes. Historical records suggest she was eventually adopted by a family outside Melbourne, given a new surname, and successfully integrated into a community that knew nothing of her horrific childhood. Whether she ever recovered psychologically from watching her family systematically destroyed is unknown. Victorian society had neither the vocabulary nor the therapeutic tools to address such profound childhood trauma. The Richmond children, particularly Emma, faced similar challenges. They had survived poisoning but carried both physical and psychological scars. Emma's testimony had helped convict Martha Needle, but it had also marked her permanently as the child who had nearly been murdered by a woman everyone else had trusted. The Richmond family relocated to Sydney shortly after the trial, attempting to escape the notoriety that had attached itself to their name. Herman Richmond, who had lost his wife and nearly lost his children to Martha's murderous manipulations, never remarried. He worked until his death in 1909, supporting his children through sheer stubborn determination, but neighbors recalled him as a broken man who never truly recovered from the realization that he had invited death into his home and watched helplessly as it consumed his family. The legal and medical communities responded to the Martha Needle case with a combination of defensive posturing and genuine reform. Doctors, stung by criticism that they had failed to recognize obvious poisoning symptoms across multiple victims, began paying closer attention to patterns of illness within families. The Victorian Medical Association issued guidelines for identifying potential poisoning cases, emphasizing the importance of considering arsenic toxicity when multiple family members presented with similar gastric symptoms. Chemists faced increased regulation regarding the sale of arsenic and other poisons. New laws required more detailed record-keeping, including the purchaser's stated reason for buying poison and verification of identity. Some jurisdictions attempted to mandate the addition of coloring agents to arsenic to make it more visibly identifiable, though these regulations were inconsistently enforced and easily circumvented. Law enforcement, particularly Detective Piggott, used the Needle case to argue for expanded investigative powers and resources. The case had demonstrated that serial killers could operate for years within seemingly respectable communities, that traditional investigative methods were inadequate for detecting domestic poisoners, and that forensic science, particularly toxicology, needed to become a standard component of death investigations rather than an expensive luxury reserved for high-profile cases. But perhaps the most significant impact was cultural. Martha Needle became the template for a particular archetype of female criminality, the poison woman. She joined the ranks of historical poisoners like Julia Tofana, Mary and Cotton, and Helene Gigato, women who had used poison to systematically eliminate family members, lovers, and acquaintances, often for financial gain but sometimes seemingly for the sheer pleasure of killing. Criminologists and early psychologists became fascinated by the Martha Needle case as an example of female serial killing. Unlike male serial killers who often murdered strangers and exhibited obvious signs of violent psychopathy, Martha had killed intimates, people who trusted her, using methods that appeared nurturing rather than violent. She never physically attacked anyone, never shed blood, never engaged in the kind of spectacular violence that characterized most notorious murders. Instead, she killed quietly, domestically, transforming acts of care into acts of murder. This pattern would be repeated throughout history by other female serial killers. Women who killed their patients in hospitals and nursing homes. Women who poisoned their children to gain attention and sympathy. Women who systematically eliminated family members for insurance money. Martha Needle wasn't unique. She was simply one of the first to be caught and publicly exposed in an era when such crimes were beginning to be documented and studied systematically. The question that haunted investigators, scholars, and the general public was simple but profound. What creates a Martha Needle? Was she born without the capacity for empathy, a genetic accident that produced a human-shaped predator? Or was she manufactured by the grinding brutality of Victorian poverty, by a society that offered women so few options for survival that some chose to kill their way to financial security? The Victorian era favored the first explanation. Martha was simply evil, a moral aberration, possibly possessed by demons or corrupted by inherent feminine weakness. But more thoughtful observers recognized that her crimes, while horrifying, followed a certain twisted logic. She had been trapped in poverty with no legitimate escape routes. Victorian women had no access to birth control, no right to refuse marital relations, no legal protection from domestic violence, and limited employment opportunities that paid subsistence wages at best. For a woman without conscience or empathy, murder might indeed seem like a rational solution to otherwise insoluble problems. This didn't excuse her crimes. Nothing could excuse the calculated murder of children, but it provided context for understanding how someone could rationalize such actions. Martha Needle operated in a society that treated poor women as disposable, where children died routinely from disease and malnutrition, where life insurance companies calculated profitability based on high mortality rates. She simply took the cold mathematical logic of Victorian capitalism and applied it to her personal circumstances with lethal efficiency. The insurance industry responded to the Needle case with alarm and immediate reform. Her systematic exploitation of life insurance had revealed a fundamental vulnerability in their business model. They had made it profitable to kill family members. Insurance companies began implementing waiting periods before policies took effect, requiring medical examinations before issuing large policies, and investigating deaths more thoroughly when beneficiaries had recently increased coverage amounts. Some companies attempted to deny claims on Martha's victims, arguing that fraud invalidated the policies. These legal battles dragged on for years, with survivors and estates fighting for payouts that had already been spent or distributed. The legal precedents established in these cases fundamentally altered insurance law, creating stronger protections against fraudulent claims while also recognizing that innocent beneficiaries shouldn't be penalized for the criminal actions of others. The Needle case also sparked debates about capital punishment, particularly the execution of women. While Victorian society had no qualms about hanging male murderers, there remained significant discomfort about executing women, even those who had committed horrific crimes. Martha's execution was only the third of a woman in Victoria's history, and it prompted renewed discussions about whether women should be subject to the same ultimate punishment as men. Abolitionists used Martha's case to argue that capital punishment was barbaric regardless of the criminal's gender, pointing out that executing her didn't bring back her victims and provided no real deterrent value since psychopaths like Martha didn't calculate consequences the way normal people did. Proponents countered that gender equality demanded equal treatment under law. If women wanted full rights and recognition, they must also accept full responsibility and consequences for their actions. Martha Needle, they argued, had forfeited any claim to feminine mercy by violating every principle of feminine virtue. The debate remained unresolved, but Martha's execution established precedent. Women who committed murders comparable to male killers would face comparable sentences. It was a strange kind of equality, but equality nonetheless. In the decades following Martha's execution, the case periodically resurfaced in public consciousness. True crime writers published sensationalized accounts, often embellishing details or inventing dramatic confrontations that never occurred. Playwrights adapted her story for the stage, creating melodramatic versions that bore little resemblance to the calculated, cold-blooded reality. Criminologists cited her case in textbooks and lectures as an example of the female serial killer archetype. But the real Martha Needle, the woman beneath the sensationalism and theorizing, remained frustratingly opaque. Unlike many criminals who write memoirs, give interviews, or otherwise attempt to explain or justify their actions, Martha left almost no personal record. We have her brief, chilling conversation with Detective Pigott and the stark facts of her crimes, but little insight into her internal world. She never expressed remorse, never claimed abuse or mistreatment as justification, never attempted to construct a narrative that might make her actions comprehensible to normal human psychology. This absence of explanation is perhaps more disturbing than any confession could have been. It suggests that Martha Needle simply didn't think the way other people think, that she genuinely lacked the emotional architecture that makes most humans recoil from harming those we're supposed to love and protect. She was, in modern terminology, almost certainly a psychopath, someone whose brain processes empathy, morality, and human connection in fundamentally different ways than the neurotypical population. Had Martha Needle been born a century later, would she still have become a killer? Modern forensic psychology suggests that psychopathy is likely a combination of genetic predisposition and environmental factors. Martha might have been born with reduced capacity for empathy, but Victorian poverty, the grinding desperation of her circumstances, and the lack of social support systems probably activated and directed that predisposition toward lethal outcomes. In a different context, with different opportunities, Martha might have channeled her traits into less destructive pursuits. Psychopaths can be successful in business, politics, or other fields where ruthlessness and emotional detachment provide advantages. But trapped in Victorian working-class domesticity, with no outlet for her particular psychology except the limited sphere of home and family, she became one of history's most prolific domestic killers. The final question that haunted investigators and continues to intrigue criminologists is simply, how many? How many people did Martha Needle actually kill? The official count stands at 8 confirmed murders, but this number almost certainly represents only a fraction of her true toll. She poisoned people for nearly a decade before being caught. How many victims recovered despite her efforts? How many deaths were attributed to natural causes because no one thought to test for poison? How many near misses and unsuccessful attempts occurred that we'll never know about? Detective Pigott, in his later years, estimated that Martha had likely killed at least 15 people and possibly as many as 20. He based this estimate on patterns of unexplained deaths that had occurred in neighborhoods where Martha lived or worked, on insurance claims that couldn't be fully documented, and on gaps in Martha's timeline that suggested periods of activity not captured by the official investigation. But without exhumations and toxicological evidence, these additional victims remained speculative bodies buried in forgotten graves, their true cause of death lost to time and Victorian medical incompetence. The physical evidence of Martha's crimes has largely disappeared. The exhumed bodies were reburied after testing. The cottage where she committed most of her murders was eventually demolished. The arsenic bottles and ledgers that convicted her were destroyed or lost in the chaotic record-keeping of 19th century law enforcement. Even her grave in the prison yard has been paved over, the exact location forgotten as the old Melbourne jail was decommissioned and repurposed over the decades. But the psychological legacy persists. Martha Needle's case helped establish the understanding that women can be serial killers, that mothers can murder their children, that the domestic sphere can harbor predators just as dangerous as any armed robber or violent thug. She forced Victorian society to acknowledge that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious violence. Sometimes it arrives wearing an apron, carrying soup, offering comfort with one hand while administering death with the other. For the survivors, the children who lived, the family members who had trusted her, the community that had accepted her as a respectable widow, Martha's legacy was trauma that rippled through generations. How do you trust again after learning that the person who seemed most caring was actually the most dangerous? How do you accept help from others when help itself can be weaponized? How do you maintain faith in basic human decency when someone like Martha Needle exists? These questions have no easy answers. They touch on fundamental aspects of human vulnerability and the necessity of trust in social functioning. We must trust that food prepared by others is safe to eat, that medicine administered by caregivers is meant to heal, that people who claim to love us actually do. Without these basic assumptions, society becomes impossible. But Martha Needle demonstrated that this trust can be catastrophically misplaced. that predators exist who understand exactly how to exploit our fundamental need to believe in others' good intentions. The final accounting of Martha Needle's life reveals a woman who was neither insane nor impulsive, neither driven by passion nor corrupted by singular trauma. She was simply cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of the emotional connections that make most people recoil from harming others. She killed because killing solved problems and provided benefits. She killed her children because they were expensive burdens. She killed her husbands because their life insurance was worth more than their companionship. She killed extended family and friends because opportunity presented itself and she saw no reason not to exploit it. In the end, Martha Needle was executed not because Victorian society understood her psychology or could prevent future Martha Needles from emerging, but simply because the law demanded consequences for actions, regardless of whether those actions arose from comprehensible motivations. She was hanged because she murdered at least 8 people and possibly many more. The why remained, and remains, frustratingly beyond complete understanding. Her body was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison yard, her name deliberately obscured to prevent the grave from becoming either a macabre tourist attraction or a site of vandalism. Within a generation, the exact location was forgotten. Martha Needle had spent her life making people disappear. In death, she disappeared herself, leaving behind only the horrifying record of her crimes and the cautionary tale that monsters don't always look monstrous. Sometimes they look like mothers, like widows, like the helpful neighbor offering to bring soup to the sick. The case files were eventually transferred to the Victoria Public Records Office, where they remain available to researchers studying the history of Australian crime or the psychology of serial killers. The documents contain medical reports, witness statements, trial transcripts, and Detective Piggott's investigative notes. A comprehensive archive of systematic murder that reads like a textbook on how predators operate within domestic spaces. But for all the documentation, all the analysis, all the theorizing about what created Martha Needle and what her crimes revealed about Victorian society, one simple truth remains. Between 1889 and 1894, a woman poisoned at least 8 people to death, including her own children, and came within days of adding several more victims to her count before finally being stopped. She transformed the ordinary acts of domestic life, cooking meals, caring for the sick, nurturing family, into mechanisms of murder. She weaponized trust, intimacy, and love itself. That is Martha Needle's legacy. Not the sensational newspaper accounts, not the theatrical retellings, not even the legal reforms and medical protocols that emerged from her case. Her real legacy is the dark knowledge that the people closest to us, the ones we trust most completely, might be the ones most capable of destroying us. She proved that evil doesn't require supernatural powers or obvious mental illness. Sometimes it just requires a lack of conscience, a willingness to cross lines that most people never even approach, and the cold calculation to recognize that murder can be profitable if one is patient and methodical enough. The story of Martha Needle ends with her execution in 1894, but the questions her case raised continue to resonate more than a century later. How do we identify predators who operate within intimate relationships? How do we protect the vulnerable children, elderly, the ill from caregivers who see them as targets rather than responsibilities? How do we balance the necessity of trust in human relationships with the reality that some people are simply incapable of reciprocating that trust in any meaningful way? These questions have no perfect answers. We have better forensic science now, more sophisticated psychological understanding, improved systems for investigating suspicious deaths. But predators still exist, still operate within families and communities, still exploit the basic human need to believe that others share our fundamental values and constraints. Martha Needle is gone, buried in an unmarked grave in a prison yard that no longer exists. But the darkness she represented, the capacity for systematic, calculating evil hidden behind a facade of ordinary domesticity, remains part of the human condition. Her story serves as a reminder that we ignore that darkness at our peril, and that vigilance, skepticism, and institutional safeguards are necessary precisely because people like Martha Needle do exist, will always exist, and will continue to kill if given the opportunity. The poison mother is dead, but the poison itself, the toxic combination of psychopathy, opportunity, and calculated cruelty, persists in the human gene pool and the human experience, waiting for the next Martha Needle to emerge from whatever circumstances create such monsters. That is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of all. Not that Martha Needle existed, but that she almost certainly wasn't unique and won't be the last of her kind. In the darkness of human capability, there exist those who transform love into a weapon and care into a killing stroke. Martha Needle walked among the living as death itself, patient and methodical. Her story ends with rope and trapdoor. But somewhere, perhaps, another widow measures powder into tea. Another mother contemplates the insurance value of her children. Another caregiver sees vulnerability not as something to protect, but as something to exploit. The Martha Needles of history teach us one final, terrible lesson. Evil doesn't always announce itself with fangs and claws. Sometimes it arrives with a spoon and a sympathetic smile, asking only that you trust it enough to swallow what it offers. And sometimes, by the time you taste the poison, it's already far too late to save yourself. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Cannibal Convict of Van Diemen's Land. Some men eat to survive. Alexander Pierce survived to eat. They say hunger breaks a man, but what happens when a man breaks hunger itself? 6 convicts walked into the Tasmanian wilderness in 1822. Only one walked out. His name was Alexander Pierce, and when the authorities found him, his pockets bulged with something unspeakable. Strips of human flesh, carefully preserved for the journey. But here's what chills the blood. He didn't just kill to survive. He developed a taste for it. This is the story of the man who became Australia's most terrifying monster, the convict who turned cannibalism into a choice, and the horror that unfolded twice in those cursed mountains. We're descending into the abyss of Alexander Pierce, where starvation became an excuse and murder became a craving. Macquarie Harbour. The name alone sent shivers through every criminal in the British Empire. Carved into the western edge of Van Diemen's Land, what we now call Tasmania, this penal settlement represented the absolute bottom rung of human misery. If you were sent to Macquarie Harbour, you had already been transported from Britain to Australia for your crimes. And then you had committed fresh atrocities so vile that even the colonial authorities wanted you buried somewhere the sun barely reached. Alexander Pierce arrived at this hell on earth in 1819. Born in County Monaghan, Ireland, around 1790, Pierce had been a simple laborer, a man of no particular distinction except for his talent at stealing. He'd been convicted of theft, 6 pairs of shoes, history records, though the exact details blur in the fog of time. For this, the British Empire had ripped him from everything he knew and hurled him across the world to Sydney. But Pierce couldn't keep still. His sticky fingers kept working, and eventually the authorities had seen enough. They shipped him to the end of the world. Macquarie Harbour sat at the edge of a channel so treacherous that sailors called it Hell's Gates. The harbour opened to the Southern Ocean through a narrow passage where ships regularly smashed against the rocks, their timbers splintering like matchsticks in the violent surf. The settlement itself huddled on Sarah Island, a miserable speck of land where convicts labored in the timber industry, felling massive Huan pines in the surrounding rainforest. The work was backbreaking. The food was minimal. The punishments were medieval. The guards ruled through terror. Flogging was commonplace. 50 lashes, 100 lashes, sometimes more, the cat-o'-nine tails ripping flesh from bone until a man's back resembled raw meat. Solitary confinement meant being locked in a stone cell so small you couldn't lie down properly. Left there for days or weeks with only bread and water, your own filth for company. Some men went mad. Others prayed for death. A few, like Alexander Pierce, began plotting something else entirely. Escape. The word itself was laughable. Macquarie Harbour had been specifically designed as an inescapable prison. You were surrounded by the Southern Ocean on one side and endless, impenetrable wilderness on the other. The Tasmanian interior was a maze of mountains, ravines, and temperate rainforest so thick that men vanished into it like ghosts. The Aboriginal peoples knew paths through this country, but they weren't about to share them with the white invaders. And even if you somehow made it through the wilderness, where would you go? The nearest settlement was Hobart, over 100 miles away through terrain that had never been properly mapped. But desperation makes men stupid, or perhaps it makes them brave. The line between the two isn't always clear. On the night of September 20th, 1822, Alexander Pierce and 7 other convicts made their move. The group consisted of Pierce himself, Matthew Travers, Alexander Dalton, Thomas Bodenham, William Kennerly, Edward Brown, Robert Greenhill, and John Mather. They stole a small boat and some basic supplies, axes, a bit of food, not much else, and slipped away from Sarah Island under cover of darkness. Their plan, such as it was, involved following the Gordon River inland and then somehow navigating overland to the settled districts near Hobart. They would steal food from isolated farms. They would live off the land. They would be free men. The Tasmanian wilderness had other ideas. Within days, their meager supplies had run out. The rainforest closed around them like a fist. Massive tree ferns blocked the sun. The ground beneath their feet was a treacherous sponge of moss and rotting vegetation. Rain fell constantly, soaking through their prison clothes until the fabric hung on their frames like burial shrouds. They had no compass, no map, no real idea where they were going. The cold seeped into their bones. Hunger gnawed at their bellies with increasing ferocity. They tried to hunt, but game was scarce and they were poor hunters. They tried to forage, but none of them knew which plants were edible. One man ate something that made him violently sick, retching and shaking until his companions thought he might die right there. They kept walking, though their progress slowed to a crawl. The axes they'd stolen became walking sticks. Their boots, those who had boots, fell apart. Blood seeped from blistered feet. And then the arguing started. Robert Greenhill emerged as the group's leader, a hard man with a vicious streak. He'd been convicted of highway robbery back in England, and prison hadn't softened him any. Greenhill made it clear that he would do whatever it took to survive. Some of the others began to disagree about which direction they should travel. Tempers flared. Violence simmered just beneath the surface. On the 8th day, everything changed. The group had stopped to rest, collapsing in exhaustion among the dripping ferns. Their clothes were rags. Their faces were hollow with starvation. And that's when Greenhill spoke the unspeakable. He gestured toward Matthew Travers, the smallest and weakest of the group. Travers had been struggling for days, falling behind, slowing them down. Greenhill's proposal was simple and monstrous. They should kill Travers and eat him. The words hung in the air like poison. Some of the men recoiled in horror. Others said nothing, their silence more damning than any agreement. Alexander Pierce, according to his later confession, argued against it. He pleaded for Travers's life. But Greenhill wasn't interested in debate. What happened next depends on whose account you believe. Pierce later claimed that he and some of the others walked away, unable to watch what was about to unfold. They heard Travers scream. They heard the sound of the axe falling. And when they returned to the makeshift camp, they found Greenhill and his allies already cutting up the corpse. The human mind has a remarkable capacity for rationalization when survival is at stake. These men were starving. They were lost. They were desperate. And now they had meat. The line between civilized behavior and primal savagery isn't as thick as we'd like to believe. It's gossamer thin, and these men had just torn through it. They cooked Travers's flesh over a small fire, the smell of burning human meat mixing with the perpetual dampness of the rainforest. And then they ate. Some consumed the flesh greedily. Others forced it down, gagging but too hungry to refuse. Alexander Pierce, by his own admission, participated in the cannibalism. The act crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. But eating Travers didn't solve their problems. It only created new ones, because now everyone in the group knew that they were all potential meals. Trust evaporated. The men began watching each other with the eyes of predators. Who would be next? Who would survive? The group split up, for men went one direction for another. Pierce found himself with Greenhill, Kennerly, and Brown. They continued stumbling through the wilderness, still lost, still starving despite their horrific meal. The human flesh had sustained them briefly, but now it was gone and the hunger had returned with renewed fury. Within days, they killed and ate William Kennerly, then Edward Brown. Each murder followed the same pattern, the strongest preying on the weakest, the group cannibalizing itself in a desperate bid for survival. The Tasmanian wilderness wasn't just killing these men. It was transforming them into something inhuman, stripping away every veneer of civilization until only the animal remained. Now only two men were left, Alexander Pierce and Robert Greenhill. They eyed each other like wolves. Both knew that only one of them would make it out of these mountains alive. They walked together during the day, maintaining a brittle pretense of cooperation. But at night, neither dared to sleep properly. They took turns keeping watch, each man waiting for the other to drop his guard. The showdown came on a night when exhaustion finally overcame Greenhill's vigilance. He fell asleep, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of deep slumber. Pierce watched him for a long moment. Then he picked up the axe. What went through his mind in those final seconds? Guilt? Relief? Or had he moved beyond such civilized emotions entirely? The axe fell. Greenhill's skull split with a sound like rotten wood cracking. He died without waking, and Pierce immediately set about butchering the corpse. He had become efficient at this work. Practice makes perfect, even in the most abominable of crafts. Pierce spent the next several days alone in the wilderness, surviving on Greenhill's flesh. He wrapped pieces of it carefully, preserving his food supply, and slowly, miraculously, he began to find his way out of the mountains. He followed waterways downhill. He stumbled onto rough tracks, and finally, after nearly 2 months in the wilderness, he emerged near the settled districts. He was skeletal, barely recognizable as human. His clothes were tatters. His eyes had the hollow look of a man who'd seen things that couldn't be unseen. But he was alive. Against all odds, Alexander Pierce had survived the Tasmanian wilderness. The question was, at what cost? Alexander Pierce didn't walk into Hobart and announce his crimes. He wasn't that stupid. Instead, he tried to blend in, to disappear into the anonymous mass of freed convicts and settlers who populated the colonial capital. He stole some clothes, cleaned himself up as best he could, and attempted to start fresh. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that he might actually get away with it. But the colonial authorities in Van Diemen's Land weren't fools. When a man appeared from the wilderness, from the direction of Macquarie Harbor, no less, looking half dead and unable to adequately explain his presence, questions were asked. Moreover, Pierce still bore the distinctive marks of a convict. The scars, the bearing, the inability to fully mask his origins. Within weeks of his emergence from the mountains, he was arrested and transported back to Hobart Town for questioning. The interrogation began simply enough. Who was he? Where had he come from? Pierce initially tried to lie, spinning a tale about being a sailor who'd survived a shipwreck. The story fell apart almost immediately. The authorities knew there had been no wrecks. They also knew that several convicts had recently escaped from Macquarie Harbor. The math wasn't complicated. Under pressure, Pierce changed his story. He admitted he'd escaped from Sarah Island. He admitted traveling through the wilderness. But when asked about his companions, because the authorities knew he hadn't escaped alone, Pierce's tale took a turn that nobody expected. The other men had died, he said. They'd perished from exposure and starvation. He was the only survivor. The authorities didn't believe him. How had he survived when 7 others had died? What had he eaten? Where were the bodies? The questions came relentlessly, and Pierce's answers grew increasingly strained. Finally, worn down by days of interrogation and perhaps feeling some perverse need to unburden himself, Alexander Pierce told the truth. He described the escape, the starvation, the decision to kill Matthew Travers, the systematic cannibalization of the group until only he remained. He spoke in a flat, matter-of-fact tone that somehow made the horror worse. There was no remorse in his voice, no evident guilt. Just a simple recounting of events, as though he were describing a hunting trip rather than serial murder and cannibalism. The officials listening to this confession didn't know what to believe. Surely no man would confess to such atrocities unless they were true, but the human mind rebelled against accepting it. Cannibalism wasn't unknown in extreme survival situations. Maritime disasters had produced similar stories. The wreck of the Essex, which inspired Moby Dick, had involved cannibalism. The Donner Party in America would later become infamous for the same reason. But those were acts of desperate people in impossible situations, not the systematic murder and consumption that Pierce described. Some officials thought Pierce was mad, that he'd invented this elaborate tale to cover for. What? Had he murdered his companions in more conventional ways and then gone insane? Was he confessing to cannibalism to avoid being charged with simple murder? The psychology didn't make sense. But then, nothing about this case made sense. The authorities decided to test Pierce's story. If he'd really traveled through the wilderness as he claimed, then he should be able to lead them back to the route he'd taken. They organized an expedition, putting Pierce at the head of a party of officials and constables, and marched back into the mountains. For days they traveled, following Pierce's directions. He seemed to know where he was going, pointing out landmarks and geographical features. And then they found the bones. The first skeleton was discovered scattered across a small clearing, the bones picked clean by scavengers. Then another, and another. The evidence was undeniable. Men had died here and their bodies had been processed. Cut marks on the bones suggested deliberate butchery. The skulls showed signs of violence. Everything corroborated Pierce's impossible story. The expedition returned to Hobart in a state of shock. They had gone into the wilderness skeptical and returned as believers. Alexander Pierce had told the truth. He had murdered and eaten his companions. The question now was what to do with him. The legal situation was unprecedented. Cannibalism itself wasn't technically illegal. The law had never contemplated such an act because civilized society didn't believe it necessary to ban something so fundamentally taboo. But murder was certainly illegal. Pierce had confessed to killing Robert Greenhill at minimum, and likely participating in the other murders as well. He should hang. Yet something peculiar happened. Perhaps the authorities, still grappling with the sheer magnitude of what had occurred, weren't entirely sure how to proceed. Perhaps there was sympathy for the extreme circumstances that had driven Pierce to such acts. Or perhaps, and this is the darkest possibility, someone decided that Pierce might still be useful. Whatever the reason, Alexander Pierce didn't hang. Instead, after a period of incarceration, he was sent back to Macquarie Harbor. The decision was stunning in its foolishness. The authorities had a confessed cannibal and murderer, and they chose to return him to the very place where his nightmare had begun. They did assign him to lighter duties than he'd had before, perhaps thinking this would prevent another escape attempt. They watched him more carefully, but they failed to grasp a fundamental truth about what Alexander Pierce had become. He'd crossed a line that most humans never approach. He'd discovered that he could kill and eat other people. And more troubling still, he'd survived. The experience hadn't broken him. In fact, in some perverse way, it seemed to have freed him from conventional moral constraints. Pierce now knew what he was capable of, and that knowledge changed everything. For months, Pierce worked at Macquarie Harbor under increased supervision. He seemed compliant, even docile. The guards began to relax their vigilance. After all, what were the odds that he would try the same insane escape twice? Nobody could be that stupid. The wilderness had almost killed him the first time. Surely he wouldn't test fate again. They were catastrophically wrong. In November 1823, barely a year after his first escape, Alexander Pierce disappeared from Macquarie Harbor again. This time he had only one companion, a young convict named Thomas Cox. Cox was 23 years old, relatively new to the penal settlement, and apparently naive enough to believe that Pierce was simply another prisoner looking for freedom. They slipped away from their work detail and vanished into the bush. This time, Pierce didn't even pretend he was escaping. He had a different purpose entirely. The Tasmanian wilderness had become his hunting ground, and Thomas Cox was his prey. It took less than a week. Pierce and Cox had barely traveled 20 miles when Pierce made his move. There was no slow build-up this time, no group debate about the morality of cannibalism. Pierce simply waited until Cox's back was turned, then killed him with brutal efficiency. He butchered the corpse methodically, wrapped choice pieces in cloth, and continued alone into the mountains. But Pierce's luck had run out. His absence had been noticed almost immediately this time, and search parties had been dispatched quickly. They caught him within 10 days, still carrying portions of Thomas Cox's flesh in his pockets. There could be no doubt now, no skepticism about his confession. The evidence was literally in his hands. When questioned, Pierce showed no remorse whatsoever. He admitted killing Cox. He admitted planning to eat him. When asked why on earth would he do this again, knowing what had happened before, Pierce's answer chilled everyone who heard it. He said that he'd developed a taste for human flesh, that nothing else satisfied him quite the same way. He preferred it, he claimed, to any other meat. The statement was almost certainly exaggerated, perhaps designed to shock or perhaps reflecting Pierce's own confused mental state. But it revealed something crucial. Alexander Pierce had been fundamentally transformed by his experiences. The man who had emerged from the wilderness after his first escape wasn't the same man who had entered it. Something had broken inside him, or perhaps something had been unleashed. He had become, in the most literal sense, a monster. This time there would be no lenience, no second chances. Pierce was transported to Hobart and charged with the murder of Thomas Cox. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. Pierce offered no defense, seeming almost indifferent to the proceedings. On June 19, 1824, he was sentenced to death by hanging. Pierce spent his final weeks in prison, where something unexpected occurred. A local priest and several officials visited him repeatedly, both from morbid curiosity and from a genuine desire to understand what had happened. Pierce, perhaps seeking some form of redemption or merely wanting to tell his story one final time, provided detailed confessions. These confessions were written down, preserved, and they represent our primary source for the events of 1822. The confessions are chilling documents. Pierce walked his interrogators through every murder, every act of cannibalism. He provided details that only someone who had lived through the events could know. He described the taste of human flesh, the texture, the way it compared to other meats. He talked about the murders with a casualness that suggested he'd long since stopped seeing his victims as human beings. They had been food, nothing more. On July 19, 1824, Alexander Pierce was led to the gallows in Hobart. A large crowd had gathered to witness the execution. Cannibals were rare enough in the civilized world that his hanging had become a spectacle, a moment of horrified fascination. Pierce climbed the scaffold calmly. The noose was placed around his neck, and then, with the efficiency that characterized colonial justice, he was hanged until dead. His body was cut down and taken for dissection, his skeleton eventually preserved for medical study. In a final grotesque irony, the cannibal became an object of scientific curiosity, his remains put on display for others to examine. Even in death, Alexander Pierce couldn't escape the notoriety of his crimes. What transforms a man into a cannibal? The question haunted colonial society in Van Diemen's Land and continues to fascinate us 2 centuries later. Alexander Pierce's case stands out not just for the horror of his actions, but for the disturbing evolution they revealed. He didn't simply eat human flesh to survive a single catastrophic event. He did it twice, and the second time appeared to be driven by something darker than mere survival instinct. To understand Pierce, we must first understand the environment that shaped him. Macquarie Harbour wasn't just a prison. It was a machine designed to break human beings. The British penal system of the early 19th century operated on the principle that criminals could be reformed through punishment and hard labor. But places like Macquarie Harbour existed beyond the boundaries of rehabilitation. They were dumping grounds for the irredeemable, locations where society could hide its worst criminals and forget about them. The psychological toll of such places cannot be overstated. Convicts lived under constant brutality. Flogging was so common that men became desensitized to the sight of flesh being torn from human backs. Solitary confinement drove prisoners insane. The work was endless and backbreaking. Food was deliberately kept insufficient, ensuring the men were perpetually hungry. The guards themselves were often former convicts. men who maintained order through terror because they understood no other language. In this environment, that first bite of human flesh represented a point of no return. Once you've crossed certain thresholds, it becomes psychologically easier to cross them again. The phenomenon is well documented in criminal psychology. The first murder is often the hardest. The killer must overcome enormous psychological barriers, the innate human prohibition against taking life, the fear of consequences, the weight of moral conditioning. But if they successfully commit that first murder and escape immediate punishment, something shifts. The barrier weakens. The act becomes easier to rationalize, easier to repeat. For Pierce, this psychological transformation was accelerated by the circumstances of his survival. He didn't just commit one murder. He participated in several, each one further normalizing the act. And he discovered that cannibalism worked, kept him alive. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, eating human flesh solved his immediate problem of starvation. The moral horror of the act became secondary to its practical utility. Even more troubling was what happened after his first escape. Pierce returned to civilization carrying Greenhill's flesh in his pockets. He had survived against impossible odds, and rather than being immediately executed for his crimes, he spent time in relatively normal imprisonment before being sent back to Macquarie Harbor. During this period, his experiences were processed and consolidated in his memory. The trauma and horror he'd lived through began to form into a coherent narrative, one in which he was the survivor, the clever one, the man who'd done what was necessary. Psychologists call this process moral disengagement. It's the mental mechanism by which people rationalize and justify their own harmful actions. Pierce could frame his cannibalism as survival rather than murder. He could see himself as a victim of circumstance rather than a perpetrator of atrocities. And crucially, he could separate his actions from his identity. He wasn't a cannibal. He was a man who had been forced to eat human flesh to survive. The distinction seems subtle, but it's psychologically crucial. This moral disengagement helps explain the shocking nature of Pierce's second escape. When he fled Macquarie Harbor with Thomas Cox in 1823, he wasn't acting from desperation or extreme hunger. He killed Cox within days, long before starvation could have driven him to such extremes. This suggests that something more disturbing was at work. Pierce had internalized the idea that other humans could be prey. The prohibition against murder and cannibalism, already weakened by his first experience, had essentially collapsed. His later claim to have developed a taste for human flesh has been debated endlessly. Some historians think he was lying or exaggerating, trying to shock his captors or perhaps create a mythology around himself. Others believe he might have been telling a psychological truth, not that he literally preferred the flavor of human meat, but that the act of cannibalism had become associated in his mind with survival, power, and freedom from normal constraints. There's also the possibility that Pierce suffered from some form of psychopathy or antisocial personality disorder. Modern diagnostic criteria weren't available in the 1820s, but his behavior showed several concerning patterns. A lack of empathy for his victims, an inability to form meaningful social bonds, and most tellingly, a failure to show genuine remorse even when facing execution. The priest who took his final confession noted that Pierce seemed more interested in getting the details of his story correct than in seeking forgiveness for his sins. Yet labeling Pierce a psychopath feels insufficient. It turns him into a monster, something categorically different from the rest of humanity. And while that might make us more comfortable, monsters are rare after all, and we can protect ourselves from them. It misses something important about his case. Pierce wasn't born a cannibal. He was made into one through a combination of circumstances. The brutality of Macquarie Harbor, the desperation of his escape, the group dynamics that gave him permission to cross moral boundaries, and the psychological aftermath that allowed him to rationalize and even embrace his actions. The Tasmanian wilderness itself played a crucial role in this transformation. The landscape was genuinely hostile, so thick and disorienting that experienced bushmen struggled to navigate it. For convicts with no survival training, it was a death trap. The environment stripped away the normal structures of civilization. There were no laws in those mountains, no authorities, no witnesses. The escapees existed in a space outside normal society, and in that space, normal rules ceased to apply. Anthropologists have long noted that cultures develop specific taboos against cannibalism precisely because the temptation exists. We're not instinctively revolted by the idea of eating human flesh. We have to be taught that it's wrong. And that teaching can break down under extreme pressure. What made Pierce unusual wasn't that he resorted to cannibalism during a survival crisis. What made him unique was that he couldn't or wouldn't return to normal moral boundaries afterward. The second escape reveals this most clearly. Pierce didn't need to kill Cox. He could have traveled alone or with Cox as a genuine companion. But he chose murder. He chose cannibalism. And he did so with a level of premeditation that distinguishes his actions from desperate survival. Thomas Cox wasn't food that happened to be available. He was prey that Pierce deliberately selected and hunted. This premeditation is what makes Pierce's case so disturbing and so unique in the history of cannibalism. He wasn't a survivor backed into an impossible corner. He was, by the time of his second escape, actively choosing to engage in behavior that he knew to be monstrous. Whether this choice stemmed from mental illness, moral corruption, psychological damage from his previous experiences, or some combination of all three, we'll never know for certain. What we do know is that Alexander Pierce represents an extreme case study in human adaptability and moral degradation. He showed how quickly civilized behavior can collapse under the right or wrong circumstances. He demonstrated that profound environmental pressure combined with group dynamics can push individuals past boundaries they never imagined crossing. And most troubling of all, he proved that once certain moral lines are crossed, it becomes exponentially easier to cross them again. The colonial authorities who sent Pierce back to Macquarie Harbor after his first escape made a catastrophic error in judgment. They treated him as a standard criminal who could be contained and controlled through normal means. They failed to recognize that he had been fundamentally changed by his experiences. The man who emerged from the wilderness in 1822 wasn't the same man who had entered it. That version of Alexander Pierce had died somewhere in the mountains, consumed along with his companions. What remained was something new and dangerous, a human being who had discovered he could kill and eat other humans and who had lost the internal prohibition against doing so. Modern psychology would likely diagnose Pierce with severe post-traumatic stress disorder, possibly combined with antisocial personality features. We might treat him with therapy and medication, understanding that his experiences had damaged him in fundamental ways. But the 19th century had no such framework for understanding psychological trauma. They saw only a criminal who had committed unspeakable acts. And so they hanged him, eliminating the immediate threat without ever truly understanding what had created it. Alexander Pierce's body swung from the gallows in July 1824, but his story refused to die with him. Instead, it metastasized into something larger, a legend that would haunt Tasmania for generations and eventually spread across the world. The case became a touchstone for discussions about the nature of evil, the limits of human endurance, and the question of what separates civilization from savagery. In the immediate aftermath of his execution, colonial society in Van Diemen's Land struggled to process what had happened. Newspapers covered the case extensively, though often with a breathless sensationalism that revealed more about Victorian attitudes than about the crimes themselves. Some reports treated Pierce as a cautionary tale about the dangers of moral corruption. Others framed him as a victim of circumstances, a man driven to atrocity by the brutal conditions of Macquarie Harbor. Still others viewed him as simply mad, a psychological aberration that couldn't be understood through normal frameworks. The colonial government, embarrassed by the entire affair, quickly tried to move on. But Pierce's confessions had been too detailed, too horrifying to simply forget. They circulated among officials, priests, and eventually the general public. People read them with the same morbid fascination that true crime stories generate today. What did human flesh taste like? How could a man murder and eat his companions? The questions were grotesque, but they were also irresistible. Macquarie Harbor itself became even more notorious in the wake of Pierce's case. The settlement had always been known as a hellish place, but now it carried an additional taint. It had produced a cannibal. Convicts sent there understood they were being dispatched to a location where men had literally eaten each other to survive. The psychological impact cannot be overestimated. Already terrified prisoners arrived at Sarah Island knowing they were in a place where the normal rules of human behavior had catastrophically collapsed. Interestingly, Pierce's case had practical effects on how the penal colony operated. Authorities became much more vigilant about escape attempts, recognizing that the Tasmanian wilderness wasn't just a passive barrier, but an active threat that could transform desperate men into monsters. They also began paying more attention to the psychological state of the convicts, understanding, perhaps for the first time, that there were limits to how far you could push human beings before they broke in dangerous ways. But Macquarie Harbour's days were numbered regardless. The settlement was always intended as a temporary measure, and by 1833 it was abandoned in favor of Port Arthur, a new penal station on the Tasman Peninsula. Port Arthur was designed with more sophistication, incorporating some of the psychological insights that cases like Pierce's had forced upon the authorities. It was still brutal, still designed to punish, but it operated with slightly more awareness that breaking men completely might create worse problems than it solved. The Tasmanian wilderness, where Pierce's crimes occurred, also took on a darker character in the colonial imagination. The region had always been seen as hostile and impenetrable, but after 1824 it became something more. A place where civilized people could become savage, where the veneer of culture could be stripped away to reveal something primal and terrible underneath. Explorers and surveyors who ventured into those mountains reported feeling a peculiar unease, as though the land itself remembered what had happened there. In the decades following Pierce's death, other cannibalism cases emerged from various parts of the world, and Pierce's name was invariably invoked as a point of comparison. When the Donner Party became trapped in the Sierra Nevada in 1846 and resorted to eating their dead, commentators referenced the Pierce case. When shipwreck survivors admitted to cannibalism, the comparison was made. Pierce became the archetype, the standard against which other instances of survival cannibalism were measured. But there's a crucial difference between Pierce and most other historical cannibalism cases. The majority involve people who ate the already dead to avoid starving themselves. The ethical line, while still crossed, is less clear. Pierce and his companions didn't just eat corpses. They created corpses for the purpose of eating them. That distinction places his crimes in a different category entirely, closer to serial murder than survival cannibalism. As the 19th century progressed into the 20th, Pierce's story began to fade from public consciousness. Tasmania became known for other things: its natural beauty, its colonial architecture, its growing cities. The horror of Macquarie Harbour became historical trivia, something mentioned in books about the convict era but without real emotional weight. Pierce's skeleton, preserved for scientific study, languished in storage, an artifact from a darker age that people preferred not to think about. Then, in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, something curious happened. True crime became a major cultural phenomenon, and with it came a renewed interest in historical crimes. Podcasts, documentaries, and books began revisiting forgotten cases, bringing them to new audiences. Alexander Pierce's story was rediscovered, and it proved to be catnip for true crime enthusiasts. Here was a case with everything: desperate escape, survival horror, serial murder, and cannibalism. It had the added benefit of being genuinely historical, safely distant in time but still shocking in its details. Australian filmmakers particularly seized on the story. In 2008, a film called Van Diemen's Land attempted to recreate Pierce's first escape, following the 8 convicts as they descended into madness and cannibalism. The movie was unflinching in its brutality, showing the gradual moral collapse of men pushed beyond their limits. It performed the valuable service of bringing Pierce's story to a wider audience, though it also inevitably simplified and dramatized events for narrative purposes. Another film, The Last Confession of Alexander Pierce, took a different approach, framing the story as Pierce's deathbed confession to a priest. This allowed for a more psychological exploration of the character, examining not just what he did but why he did it and how he processed those actions afterward. The film suggested that Pierce was haunted by his crimes even as he seemed unable to fully comprehend their moral weight, a contradiction that may come closer to the truth than a simple portrait of him as either monster or victim. Historians and psychologists have continued to debate Pierce's case, using it as a lens to examine larger questions about human nature. Was he a psychopath who would have been dangerous in any context? Or was he an ordinary man who was systematically destroyed by brutal circumstances until something fundamental broke inside him? The evidence supports elements of both interpretations, which makes the case simultaneously fascinating and frustrating for those seeking clear answers. Modern trauma psychology provides insights that weren't available in Pierce's time. We now understand that extreme stress can literally rewire the brain, damaging the prefrontal cortex that governs moral reasoning and impulse control. We know that repeated exposure to violence can desensitize people to suffering. We understand that survival situations can trigger primitive parts of the brain that override higher cognitive functions. All of these factors likely played roles in what happened to Pierce and his companions in the Tasmanian wilderness. Yet, even with our modern understanding, something about Pierce's second escape remains difficult to fully explain. Why did he do it? He'd been given a chance at continued life, even if that life was back at Macquarie Harbor. He knew the wilderness had nearly killed him. He knew what he'd been forced to become to survive. And yet he chose to do it again, this time without even the excuse of extreme desperation. Thomas Cox was murdered within days, before starvation could have been a significant factor. Some researchers have suggested that Pierce might have suffered from what we now recognize as intrusive thoughts or compulsions related to his trauma. Having survived through cannibalism once, perhaps he became psychologically fixated on the act, unable to process it in healthy ways. The claim that he developed a taste for human flesh might have been his attempt to articulate something he himself didn't fully understand, a psychological compulsion rather than a literal culinary preference. Others have proposed that Pierce's second escape was a form of suicide by proxy. He knew he'd be caught. He knew he'd be executed. Perhaps, burdened by what he'd done but unable to live with it or move past it, he deliberately created a situation that would force the authorities to kill him. His choice to take Thomas Cox with him becomes, in this reading, less about survival and more about ensuring he'd have committed an unforgivable crime that would guarantee his execution. The theory is speculative, but it finds some support in Pierce's behavior during his final imprisonment. He was remarkably cooperative with those who wanted to hear his confessions. He provided details without prompting. He seemed almost eager to have his story fully recorded and understood. This doesn't sound like a man trying to hide his crimes or minimize his guilt. It sounds more like someone wanting to be remembered, to have his actions acknowledged and documented before he ceased to exist. The site of Pierce's crimes has itself become a subject of interest in recent years. Hikers and history enthusiasts sometimes attempt to retrace the route of that first escape, though the Tasmanian wilderness is still dangerous enough that such expeditions require serious preparation. The exact locations where the murders occurred are uncertain. Pierce's directions were approximate, and the landscape has changed in 2 centuries. But the general area is known, and some visitors report an eerie feeling in those remote valleys, though whether that's genuine intuition or the power of suggestion is impossible to say. Sarah Island, the jumping-off point for Pierce's escape, is now a tourist destination. The ruins of Macquarie Harbor penal settlement have been partially preserved, and tour boats take visitors to see what remains. The guides tell Pierce's story, always the most dramatic and disturbing tale from the settlement's history. Standing on that isolated island, surrounded by the cold waters of the harbor and looking toward the impenetrable wilderness beyond, it's possible to understand, if not excuse, how desperate men might have felt compelled to attempt the impossible. Tasmania itself has a complicated relationship with the Pierce story. On one hand, it's part of the island's history, a piece of the convict heritage that draws tourists and history buffs. On the other hand, it's a dark stain, a reminder of the brutal colonial past that many would rather forget. The state's tourism industry mentions Pierce carefully, acknowledging the historical significance while trying not to dwell too much on the gruesome details. It's a difficult balance. The story is compelling, but it's also deeply disturbing, and not the image Tasmania wants to project to the world. The Aboriginal Tasmanians, who had inhabited the island for tens of thousands of years before European colonization, have their own perspective on the Pierce story. The Tasmanian wilderness that Europeans found so hostile and impenetrable was their home, a landscape they understood and could navigate. The convicts' inability to survive in country that Aboriginal people thrived in speaks to the arrogance and ignorance of colonial settlement. Moreover, The brutality of places like Macquarie Harbor was part of a larger system that devastated Aboriginal populations through violence, disease, and displacement. Pierce's crimes were individual acts of horror, but they occurred within a context of much larger systemic violence. In recent years, there's been increasing attention paid to the ethical questions surrounding how we tell and consume stories like Pierce's. True crime has become entertainment, but at what cost? When we listen to podcasts about cannibals or watch documentaries about serial killers, are we learning something valuable about human nature and the justice system? Or are we simply indulging in voyeuristic fascination with extreme violence? The question has no easy answer, but it's worth asking. The victims of Pierce's crimes, Matthew Travers, William Kennerly, Edward Brown, Robert Greenhill, and Thomas Cox, deserve to be remembered as more than just statistics in a horror story. They were real people, convicts themselves, men who had made mistakes but who didn't deserve to be murdered and eaten. Travers was described as small and weak, suggesting he might have been young or in poor health. Cox was just 23, barely more than a boy. Their deaths were brutal and terrifying, and they've been reduced in popular memory to supporting characters in Alexander Pierce's narrative. That's a form of violence in itself. The ultimate legacy of the Pierce case might be as a cautionary tale about the limits of punishment and the unpredictable consequences of extreme brutality. The British Empire created Macquarie Harbor to break criminals, to punish them so thoroughly that they'd either reform or cease to be problems. What they got instead was a place that broke men in ways that made them more dangerous, not less. Pierce emerged from his first ordeal not rehabilitated but transformed into something worse than he'd been when he entered. There's a broader lesson here about how we treat prisoners and the purpose of incarceration. Modern criminology increasingly recognizes that purely punitive approaches don't work. They don't reduce recidivism, they don't make communities safer, and they often create worse outcomes than they prevent. Pierce's story, in its extreme way, illustrates this principle. He was subjected to conditions designed to crush his spirit, and when he finally broke free, he became a monster. The system didn't reform him. It destroyed whatever capacity for normal human empathy and moral reasoning he might have had. As we move further into the 21st century, Alexander Pierce's story continues to resonate, though for evolving reasons. Initially, it was pure horror, the shock value of cannibalism and murder. Then it became a historical curiosity, a window into the brutality of colonial Australia. More recently, it's been examined through psychological and sociological lenses, used to explore questions about trauma, moral development, and the effects of extreme environments on human behavior. The story has also found new life in discussions about survival ethics. When is cannibalism justifiable? If you're genuinely starving and will die without food, is it morally acceptable to eat someone who has already died? What about killing someone to eat them? Where exactly does the line fall between understandable survival behavior and unforgivable murder? Pierce's case sits uncomfortably across that line, forcing us to grapple with questions we'd rather not consider. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Pierce's legacy is what it suggests about the human capacity for moral transformation. We like to believe that we have stable identities, core values that would persist regardless of circumstances. The Pierce case challenges that comfortable assumption. It suggests that under the right conditions, extreme enough deprivation, complete enough isolation from normal social constraints, sufficient pressure, most of us might be capable of acts we currently find unthinkable. We're not as far from savagery as we'd like to believe. The Tasmanian wilderness still exists, though much of it is now protected as national parkland. Hikers walk through valleys where convicts once starved and murdered each other. The Gordon River still flows through dense rainforest, its dark waters reflecting the same massive tree ferns that would have surrounded Pierce and his companions. Nature has reclaimed the landscape, showing no evidence of the horrors that unfolded there 2 centuries ago. The wilderness is indifferent to human suffering. Then and now, Alexander Pierce died on the gallows, his body cut down and dissected, his skeleton preserved as a curiosity. For many years, his bones resided in storage at various institutions, occasionally displayed as a grim reminder of Tasmania's convict past. In recent years, there have been discussions about what to do with such human remains. Should they continue to be preserved? returned for burial? The questions are complicated, touching on issues of respect for the dead, historical preservation, and the ethics of displaying human bodies. His story, however, will likely persist indefinitely. It has all the elements that make narratives stick in cultural memory: horror, survival, moral transgression, and the fundamental question of what humans are truly capable of when pushed beyond all reasonable limits. Each generation rediscovers Pierce and interprets his crimes through its own cultural lens, finding in his story reflections of their own anxieties about human nature, violence, and the fragility of civilization. The final truth about Alexander Pierce may be that there is no single truth. He was neither pure monster nor pure victim, neither completely mad nor entirely rational. He was a human being who existed in circumstances so extreme that they bent him into something unrecognizable, something that could kill and eat other humans not once but repeatedly. He crossed boundaries that shouldn't be crossed and discovered he could live with himself afterward, at least for a while. And that, perhaps, is the most frightening thing of all, not that monsters exist, but that they can be made. That ordinary men, subjected to extraordinary pressures, can become creatures capable of unspeakable acts. Alexander Pierce walked into the Tasmanian wilderness as a petty thief and emerged as Australia's most notorious cannibal. The wilderness didn't just kill 7 men in 1822. It killed something in the 8th man as well, leaving behind a shell that looked human but had lost something essential in the mountains. The echo of his footsteps still haunts those dark valleys. The specter of what he became still troubles our understanding of human nature, and the questions his crimes raise about morality, survival, and the price of civilization remain as urgent and unanswerable today as they were when his body swung from that Hobart gallows 200 years ago. Some stories refuse to die because they touch something fundamental about the human condition. Alexander Pierce's story is one of those. It disturbs us because it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about what we might become if the world broke us badly enough. The cannibal convict of Van Diemen's Land is long dead, but his legend lives on, a dark mirror held up to humanity's face, reflecting back possibilities we desperately wish didn't exist. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.